Welcome to day three of the 1550 plus 150 WSOP main event, ring number 11, live from the King's Resort. My name is Darragh Kearney. I'm an Irish professional poker player, writer, coach, commentator, and I'm very happy to be joined by my fellow Irishman, Sven McDermott.
Hello everyone, how are we?
All right,
Good to be back,
Darragh.
Darragh.
Series of Poker Circuit event here at King's Casino Rozvadov. We have 648 entries, first place of 160,000 euros, and a 10K WSOP Europe main event seat. We're going to continue action with 34 players remaining. Players, you can go ahead and start taking your seats.
So Sven, I'm coming in today. I believe you've been doing a commentary the last 2 days. How has the event been?
Yeah, the event's been very surprising. There's been some crazy action. I'm sure I'll be familiar with a couple of these guys, but yeah, I mean, been a lot of surprise in poker. There's been a lot of big plays, a lot of creative opens, shall we say, and yeah, I'm excited to see another day of action unfold.
Excellent. Excellent. And is this the final table or how many are left?
We are final 60 players-ish right now. We just got into the money at the end of yesterday. Oh, but there has been a lot of action since before the stream has been live. So let me double check.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the players on our feature table there on the screen. Gregor Sveriko, Jaromir Hanel, these are very difficult names for me to do. David Taborski, Alfredo Siciliano, Tom Cohen, Nedelico, and Lorenzo Jean-Clement Lavis. So you can see the blinds are 10 and 25. There's a distribution of stacks. The chip leader has 76 big blinds. There's a couple of guys down 15 big blinds or less. And as Sven said, we're now in the money, so the short stacks will be looking to get a move on.
Yeah, and
are you familiar with any of these, Sven?
Nedelko? Yeah, this Nedelko guy with the 76 big blinds, he had a very unique approach to the bubble yesterday. He had the big stack on the table, didn't go for the traditional table captain, didn't really bully the smaller stacks, actually played quite conservative and passive. And that was his approach to the bubble. So interested to see how he plays today, if he's going to stay with the same conservative reserve strategy. Because we saw a glimpse of Julian Martini there, I believe. Absolute beast, one of the best players in the world probably, and didn't know he was even in the event.
Wow.
Be great to see him in action.
Yeah. Yeah, so Andy's doing the final instructions here, and then we'll be right off into the action. I'm delighted to be commentating with Sven for, I believe, the first time ever.
Yeah, Buzz and Darragh, likewise.
So we are going out on Twitch and YouTube, so if you guys have any comments or questions, fire them away in the chat. I'll try and keep an eye on the chat as we start with Alfredo Siciliano is enjoying his coffee as he waits for the kickoff. Shout out to Jay Wisello in the chat.
Payouts. Anyone looking for the payouts, I believe on Twitch chat, this exclamation payouts should get the full list for those on Twitch.
Yeah, if you guys can organize that for us in the chat. I do recognize Jay Wisello, always a stalwart of these streams. So the players are just adjusting and will be off pretty soon. And yeah, Nightpod is on. Jay Wisello is on the ball here. We have there's 160,500 up top. That's quite the first prize. And in addition, the first 12 places all get a WSOP Main Event Day 1A ticket in addition to the prize money. The min cash in this was 3,154, which is almost 2 buy-ins. You love to see that, the min cash being decent. And yeah, most of these players now will be hoping to kick on and get a really big payday.
Here he is. Jaromir Hanel with the ace-9 could definitely open. Opts for the fold.
Yeah,
As
yeah,
for the
that's
king-9,
yeah. The S9 feels right on the line. The King 9 cut off. I'm pretty much always opening this. What about you, Sven?
yeah, we're shallow here, right? 11
Oh, we're
bigs,
shallow.
but
Yeah,
still,
sorry. I saw you only.
we
Now you only had 11 big blinds.
still wouldn't take a min raise for what it's worth, but
Yeah.
bit
Yeah.
loose.
Yeah. Tom's in the small blind. This is something which has changed quite a lot since I started playing. When I started playing, nobody ever limp from the small blind. It was considered a fish play, but now it's pretty much standard with most of your range, depending on stacks, obviously. So Tom in the small blind has flop best. He's hit middle pair and some backdoors. Big blind has some backdoors as well.
Yeah, I'm noticing this pattern with Nedelko that he doesn't like putting in money with low equity.
Yeah.
And that's his approach, and you can't fault him for it.
Yeah, you mentioned that right at the start, and already we're seeing evidence of that. And this is interesting. He's actually turned a flush draw and he's decided not to bet it.
I'd like to see, does he go for it on the river now with just a 10 high? He does.
He does, yeah. Well, at least he's willing to recognize that this is pretty much the only way he can win the hand now. Wow, he gets the pair to fold.
Show me queen. You'll see it on TV.
Maybe it's that read that he's not bluffing as much as the other guys. Maybe
That's a very good
getting
point.
out more
Yeah.
credit.
Yeah, the other players will be aware, obviously, that he didn't bully, or at least they may be aware that he didn't bully the bubble, and that in general he just seems to be playing quite passively. And
No
I
bluff.
mean,
So what do you do?
when a big stack takes that line
It's
of
small.
check,
But I
flop,
think
check,
it was
turn,
better
bet,
than
river,
those. Maybe.
it's one of the
Maybe.
more unusual bluff lines. Normally, if he's going to bluff, he does it earlier in the hand.
Totally agree. So I have to confess, I mentioned at the start I thought we saw Julian Martini, but it's just a lookalike, a doppelganger
Okay.
of sorts, I believe.
Okay. I was wondering. I was like, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Who else is going to shop? Maybe Jason Kuhn is in the mix as well.
Yeah, I had to confess that one now.
Yeah, fair enough. We all make mistakes.
Very borderline for Tom here on the button.
Got it,
See a
1 million,
fold.
right? Yeah, you think it, yeah. Less, you think it.
Yeah, King 6 feels just a little bit too low. I personally would go with. I'm definitely opening King 8. King 7 would depend on who's behind.
Yeah. These guys played many hours together now over the couple of days. Know
Right,
each
so
other's
yeah,
styles very well.
a lot of history. Again, yeah, we see the chip leader there taking the lower variance approach of just calling. So this pot we should see more money going here. They both flopped to a pair they're going to feel pretty good about.
80,000.
And we see an
Interesting
unorthodox lead here.
Yeah, I was just about to say, very interesting need.
Go.
Probably doesn't feel as good about his queen now as he did initially. Oh, now he's loving it. He's got two pair.
Yeah.
Board has gotten scary for the king 6 now because apart from this hand, some other stuff has got there as well.
Yeah, a lot of straights completing.
Yeah, yeah. And as you said, Todorovich not really the type to bluff much, so Tom really won't be liking his king. He's a fairly weak king here. And he folds, yeah. And I mean, this is
Sorry, now
actually what
one
Sven
time
said.
is never-
When you have that very, very tight image, people won't pay you off as much as they would if they saw you bluffing more.
One time. That's it.
Yeah, and
Rest
we're starting to see that
rest
now.
you will see on TV.
Not only do we see two folds, but two kind of confident folds, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Often you'll
was
see guys fold
scary.
there and it's kind of a protest
Flop
fold and they're
them.
wondering about it in their
Big,
head
big,
afterwards,
big
etc.,
laydown.
etc. But he
Really big.
seemed very, very comfortable with that fold.
Yeah.
Really big laydown. Not killing.
And you can hear him there saying really big laydown.
QT15 in the chat says, bought the latest book, Dara. Now I have the 3 of them.
That's great to hear. Thank you very much, QT15. I was at the Irish Open this weekend and quite a few people were saying the same thing. It's great to hear that you guys are reading the book. There's no point in writing a book if nobody reads it. Round to Lorenzo in the small blind. He has just over 30 big blinds, Queen Jack offsuit. You can go a couple of ways with this. You can certainly make a case for raising it, but he's gone for the call option. Gregor has such a bad hand, he might raise here. And that might sound strange to some viewers, but basically you're going to be raising all your very, very strong hands, and for balance you want to raise some really weak hands so that if you get limp re-raised, you don't mind folding.
It just makes you harder to play against overall.
Much harder, yeah. You can't, you know, somebody can't check, can't limp call, and the board comes all rags, and think, well, now you can't have anything. And another advantage of the raise is that when the board comes all high cards, you can absolutely have those cards. So Lorenzo's going to check. He's flopped, obviously, the gut shot, and his queen high will be good some of the time, as it is here. But this is a good board for Gregor to rep, obviously.
It's not a lot going on for Gregor, but could definitely see him continue on some turns.
Yeah.
Only a 4 or 5.
4 or 5 exactly there.
Club.
Yeah, those are bricks which really wouldn't hit the other guy's range. And yeah, there, Sven called it a 4. Let's see if he's going to continue on this. The advantage here is, even though he just has a gut shot, he can hit a very disguised straight on the river and value bet it. And then on certain other cards, you can maybe think about bluffing as well.
I wonder how much ace-x he's going to think the small blind will limp jam at this stack depth. We started with how much? Less than 30?
Yeah, less than 30. It was
around
about 25-ish, I think. So, actually, no, it was more than 25. It's got 25 behind. It was about 30, yeah.
Gregor probably will discount a lot of the best ace-x. A decent chunk of them.
That's a good point, yeah. Gregor has far more ace-x there, so he can continue to rep. And the turn card, apart from giving him the gut shot, is just a brick, so it really won't have hit the small blind very often. And he's going to have a lot of hands which can call 1 bet but can't call 2. And again, shout out to Jay Wasello in the Twitch chat for amending the Nightbot comms command. Queen Jack offsuit. I guess he's under the gun +1. Yeah, it would be. You could make a case for opening that, but he's let it go. Ace 3 in the hijack. It's a bit too early to be opening that weak of an ace. And Lorenzo has picked up a premium now, and with just 26 big blinds, he'll be hoping to get this in. Oh, here we go.
Oh.
This should be a shove.
Yeah, he thinks it's a dream spot with the ace queen.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the spot where you shove, and when you get called, you still think you're ahead, and then you're like, oh, how do you have ace king? That's just disgusting.
Yeah.
Unlucky for Jaromir, obviously, but nothing you can do there. A lot of tournament poker just comes down to these situations where one player gets coolered. He can still get there, obviously.
We have been seeing a lot of chops going on with these kind of hands over the couple of days. Yeah.
Interesting.
One player in particular was getting very tilted at his best hand kept chopping.
So he was,
and he ended up getting three outed then.
Oh God, what a day! What a day!
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was a refutation of the old "everyone loves a chop pot," and that's definitely not true, in my experience. Yeah. So, yeah, even less going on for Jaromir now. He pretty much needs his queen, and that's not going to do it. So he's down to 2 outs, queen and a queen only.
He's saying queen. Queen.
No good.
Good luck, Hopsy.
Yeah, unlucky there, obviously.
Lorenzo.
But a great run for Jaromir, and we lose him in 32nd place, I believe.
Thank you. Before the hands, 400, I think.
See, seat number 4 there had a very solid game yesterday. Seemed to be just playing some very good poker. Not getting too out of line, but 3-betting light in the right spots, and quite impressive.
Yeah.
As we see him here under the gun.
Yeah.
With the king queen
got the
suited
king
there,
queen.
Lucas.
Yeah. Is he going to open up? He is.
50,000. Five pass. 6 pass.
So far, so good. This is the kind of hand you don't mind just getting the blinds with, or maybe the big blind defends. You also don't mind if somebody calls. You're not keen on getting 3-bet though.
Yeah, sometimes I do get confused myself on when to continue versus 3-bet. When I'm dominated,
Yeah.
when I'm not. It's tricky to proceed versus 3-bet sometimes.
It's very, very tricky, yeah, and obviously different players use different sizings as well, and that comes into the equation. How they play post flop also determines a lot of the ways you can continue. Like if you're up against someone who's going to be quite passive post flop, then you can obviously continue more. On the other hand, if you're up against somebody who's unbalanced in the other direction, that's sometimes an argument for continuing more. But those types of hands that flop equity a lot, and then ICM complicates matters even further. So there's a lot to think about at this stage of a tournament with 31 players left.
Yeah, everyone thinking about that 160k up top, along with the 10k main event ticket for the top 12. Over 1 in every 3 players, roughly, will get that
Wow.
10k ticket.
Yeah, I've done commentary on a few events that have had those tickets, and it really creates this incredible ICM at that point in the tournament, which wouldn't normally be there, obviously. And with it being 12 tickets as well, I mean, ICM normally in a normal tournament peaks on the final table bubble. Once you're through the bubble, obviously, and the fact that there's going to be this additional very, very significant jump at 12 is going to really affect that stage of the tournament. I mean, it's the first 12, so basically 13th will be getting €10,275, and 12th will be getting double that.
Yeah, it's a unique dynamic. As we see David Taborski with the Jack 9 suited here, figuring out how to navigate this one.
Yeah. And he's let this one go because of the cutoff open. He didn't really have enough chips to have much fold equity on a shove.
And what would you think about him calling off maybe 20%, a quarter of a stack with a flat, just to see a flop?
It's not terrible in my opinion, because it's the type of hand which very much defines itself on the flop. You know, if the flop comes ace king next and you've got absolutely nothing, then you just check fold and you're giving up almost no equity. You flop a pair, you just go with it, and you can flop other types of equity as well, flush draws and straight draws, etc. And you're shallow enough that you're not worried about reverse implieds. So, yeah, I think flatting is definitely an option, and it's something you do see some of the top players doing more now.
And we see Lucas there. That's that kind of good, solid, tough poker I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah, that was definitely on the tight side.
I'm going to pitch the ace-4 under the gun.
Yeah. Ace-3 suited. Yeah, this will be a test now. Most chip leaders would open this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him fold, to be honest, but seems like a nice hand to open indeed.
It's definitely a nice hand to open. Yeah, it plays well against calls. It blocks a lot of the hands. Yeah, I mean, again, like this, that is. I mean, some viewers might think, well, it's only ace-3 and it's an early position, but it's the suitedness adds a lot to it, and it plays well against calls. It blocks the 3 bets, and the fact that you're chip leader, you're just going to get more folds as well. Yeah, so we did see somebody fold king 9 off in the cutoff before, but Gregor is going to play it here. It's marginal, but obviously fine. This is a spot now. I think this is a spot where maybe your hand is just ahead enough of the time that you have to go with it.
Yeah.
Even though, again, he still has the problem that he doesn't have much fold equity, but when you can get called by a lot of worse hands, then...
Yeah. Yeah, cutoff should be opening Jack 9 suited and Jack 10s, and like we see the King 9s even.
Exactly, yeah. When you're in these spots and you're very short and you don't really have much fold equity, it kind of comes down to how many hands you dominate compared to what you are dominated by. And as Sven said, like King 10's opening, King 9's obviously opening, some suited worse kings are opening as well. Queen Jack, Jack 10, Jack 9 suited, all these hands that you're just in great shape against.
I feel like Gregor is priced in here.
Yeah, he's getting 2 to 1. Wow, he's let it go. I mean, if you could see the exact hand, he wasn't quite getting the price, but against the range, you know, sometimes he's got a pair that were 50-50 against. Sometimes he's got, unless he's dominated, I mean, he's pretty much always got the price there.
I'm thinking it must be something to do with his opinion on how comfortable he's going to navigate through this field. Like,
yeah,
I think he's got some exploitation in mind as he's seen how some of the other players are approaching this deep run.
Yeah,
that's the only reason I can find for the tight fold. Yeah.
No, that is, and that's a very reasonable point. I think when if you feel you have an edge and you're just going to find better spots, even if a spot is profitable, if it's not super profitable and it's for a lot of chips, you can definitely let it go. I heard 2 top-class English players talking at the Irish Open about this, and one guy had raised called King Queen from the button for 20 bigs, and the other guy said, well, yeah, it's profitable, but to be honest, in this field I would let it go. And it is that's exactly the thinking. There's just other spots where you're, that are a lot clearer and a lot more profitable.
Not always easy to figure it out. I think it's maturity in the game to know which spot to take, which spot to pass up. I've definitely been guilty of taking some marginal spots in some big soft tournaments, some unnecessary spots.
Yeah, Yeah, it does kind of come down to the quality of the field and also the structure as well. In really fast structures, you can't be really passing too many close spots because you might be
Yeah.
waiting for a better spot and it might never come along. But in a good slow structured tournament with lots of players that you feel you have an edge over, there's a very strong argument to be made for passing spots. I think Ben CV refers to it as the 10% of aces rule, which is that if a spot is making less than 10% of what aces makes in that spot, it's probably close enough that you can pass it in a lot of cases.
That's interesting. See a bit of a clash happening here.
Yeah, yeah, and
6 raise all in. 8 plus.
he just moves all in for, what is that, 34.4 big blinds. I don't think you're calling off 8s here, are you, Sven?
Yeah, versus the under the gun open, right? Or +1
Yeah.
open, button flats. Yeah. Although I'm trying to think about 9s. Probably gonna call
No.
9s.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, no, that's my feeling with 9s. I'm definitely thinking. I think with 8s, I'm pretty happy folding. 9s is where it starts to get interesting.
Yeah.
So as we have a dealer change here, this is one of the many great tournaments. There's pretty much always a great tournament running in the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It's very much a centre for poker in Europe. And there you see on the screen the stacks sizes. We had that early bust out. That means that there's only one player now in the sub 20 zone.
And Nadelko, who we've alluded to playing quite passive, he has had a big stack from about 80 players left, and he is nursing it all the way through. So for those at home who have a similar approach, it can't fault you. If that's your approach, if you wanna try and nurse your stack as far as it can go without getting in the mix or taking any marginal spots, that's up to you, and you can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an approach I used a lot early in my career, where you could play very tight and it still didn't really matter. Players would still give you action and pay you off when you got a hand, and it was a fairly low risk way to build a stack. It's changed a lot in recent years, of course, but it can also come down to your skill level. Like at the start of my career, I really wasn't confident in a lot of spots, and particularly post flop. So just by sticking to a sort of a tighter strategy overall, I didn't find myself in as many tricky spots.
Yeah, it makes sense. You say it's harder to implement a strategy like that nowadays. Is that just because players are getting better at adjusting to the tighter players?
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen it on this table where the chip leader is not getting much action because of his very, very tight image.
Yeah, we saw Tom make a couple of folds.
Yeah, absolutely. Question from Mandruli in the chat. With the big blind ante now, how many big blinds would you consider going all in open versus raising? I'm not sure the big blind ante makes that much of a difference. It's kind of risk to reward when you move all in against an open, and I think we're seeing, well, certainly I'm seeing more and more big shoves than used to be the case. When I started, nobody would ever shove 30 big blinds with a low pocket pair, even over a button raise. It was considered to be really donkey play, but the solvers are kind of telling us now that play is actually fine, and in a lot of cases it's the optimal way to play. So yeah, I mean, to answer your question, probably anything up to 35 big blinds without ICM, and with ICM you can see even bigger shoves. You can see 45, 50 big blind shoves where a guy just has a hand which he can't induce with, but is far too strong to fold.
Yeah, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think I see like the likes of Patrick Leonard maybe make a play where it would go raise, call, and another call, and he'd squeeze jam a hand like ace-4 suited for maybe even 40 bigs.
Yeah, Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and that's basically risk to reward because of all the calls, there's just more money out there. Um, People often, I think it's a mistake to correlate your hand strength to the number of big blinds you're shoving. It's basically the number of big blinds you can pick up and what percentage of your stack that is. If you shove 40 big blinds and there's already 8 out there, you're shoving for 5x pot, which is the same situation as shoving 12.5 big blinds on the button. And most of us would happily shove 12.5 big blinds on the button with ace-4 suited, if we thought it was getting through a lot of the time. So if you can identify these spots where there are 8 big blinds out there and you have 40 in your stack and you think they're going to fold most of the time, it's going to be very, very profitable. Oh, here we go, aces. So he brings it in for the min raise. Desperate for action here. He's got just over 20 bigs, so he doesn't want to get just the blinds here. He's hoping. Is Nedelka going to do something out of character here?
He does go for the flat.
Yeah. That brings in the 8-7, which was probably calling anyway, to be fair. But so the 5 deuce has a very bad bottom pair. 8-7 swift completely. It's going to be hard for Alfredo to get too much action. Interesting check.
He goes for the check, yeah.
And yeah. Now I think Alfredo has to start putting chips into the pot. And unfortunately for it, well, I guess he got the 2 big blinds on the button and the big blind of the called, but no more than that. Yeah. I imagine he was hoping for a full double up there.
Yeah, he'll take it though, I guess. Nedelko putting in a little sweetener for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the button.
Yeah. And Julia, continuing our discussion about the big shoves, says with a tighter reputation you could do it lighter. Yeah, that's certainly true. But to be honest, even the kind of spot that Sven mentioned, where there's an open and there's a bunch of calls, even somebody like Patrick Leonard, who definitely doesn't have a tight image, there's just spots where you really only have to worry about the opener. None of the other guys have a hand that will call. Now they're supposed to protect their ranges by having some calls in those spots and overcalling the monster that they're looking to induce action with, but most players don't do that. They always have a low pair, a suited connector type hand, or a king queen that they don't think is strong enough to raise. And when you're attacking a bunch of hands that are all missing the really strong hands, your own hand strength doesn't matter a ton. Apparently we are playing down to a final table today, and we have 31 left, so who knows how long that will take. Alfredo with the open, and Tom has 3-bet. Actually, did Alfredo limp? I guess he limped because it's saying 100k to call. Oh no, sorry, the blinds are 10-25. Yeah, he opened for 50, 150. You're really not loving ace-6 suited here, are you?
Yeah, maybe a hand like ace-10 suited, ace-5 suited. I'm more tempted to get in the mix, but ace-6, yeah.
It's the worst ace in many ways, because you can't make a straight, obviously. Ace-5 suited or Ace-4 suited are much better hands in that spot. The aces between 9 and 6 that can't make straights, they just perform really poorly against 3-bets.
Yeah, so disconnected.
Yeah, they just don't flop equity very often. And he's got another one. Suited ace in early position. This is marginal. I mean, you can definitely pass this. You don't have to take this every time. But he goes for it.
I'm starting to feel like Nadelko likes these small baby suited hands.
I was literally about to say the same thing. Yeah, yeah. Now he's kind of in no man's land in the hijack, so it's different from being on the button. But it does seem like he likes those hands. I mean, they're very nice hands when you're very deep stacked, but when you're facing a guy who's opened off a 25 big blind stack, then they just don't do that well. You don't have the implied odds. You don't get paid off huge when you flop your occasional monster. But Gregor has kings here. This is another 3-betting coming.
Yeah.
Alfredo might feel they're picking on him.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Yeah, does he feel that they're just picking on me now and I'm just going to go with my Ace-3 suited?
Yeah.
Particularly when it's the button that 3-bets you. It's yeah, you can see the stare. He suspects they're picking on him now. Is he going to stay disciplined and find the fold, or is he going to launch with his Ace-3 suited?
I think he's going to think back to when he nearly didn't open and say, "Oh, I nearly just folded this. I'm not going to end up putting my whole stack on it."
Yeah, yeah. He saw the chart in his head and he thought, "Okay, this is a 40% open or whatever it is." But maybe I should maybe should have been 100% fold in this case when I just folded to a 3-bet last hand. Yeah, he's.
Last time I make all in and then you fold, yes.
Oh, he also remembers a previous hand between the two of them apparently where he 4-bet shoved, I guess, and Gregor folded.
Okay, next time.
Actually, that would make me less likely to 4-bet shove there.
We'll see.
Because when you 4-bet shove on somebody and they fold, they usually tighten up their range at least a smidge against you.
Yeah. I hope he gets 3-bet again before the delay catches up, to be honest.
That would be epic, yeah. Sometimes you just get those hands that you're supposed to open and you're supposed to fold to a 3-bet, and the people behind us have hands they're supposed to 3-bet, but you can definitely live, it's more of a thing. You can definitely feel like they're just picking on me now.
Yeah.
And when you get to my age, that becomes an even bigger thing. Then you just think they're picking on the old guy.
I see. We saw some pre-flop wars yesterday. We saw some mad stuff going on.
Really?
Previous main event winner Joseph, Czech local. I hope he's still in the tournament. I hope we see him at the feature table again. Yeah, there was some old school stuff going on as we see Gregor open up the King 10 suited in the cutoff.
Yeah.
I'm liking how this Gregor plays. What do you think, Dara? Seems like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he does, yeah. Yeah, he seems very, very competent.
I also like Lucas. You could see some good standard of poker here.
Yeah.
But even yesterday, it was the case where when I thought I had figured out who was more inexperienced, they just kept surprising me with big plays, creativity.
Right. Yeah.
So you never really know what they've got up their sleeve. You should never underestimate anyone.
Yeah, that's very much a factor these days. Again, back when I started 15 years ago, there was a much bigger gulf in class, I think, between the top players and the players further down. But now you find everybody is kind of at least some clue of what they're doing, and they are capable of stepping outside the box sometimes. So Lucas is betting here with his nothing. And Alfredo has bottom pair and a gut shot, but the board is paired, which devalues the gut shot somewhat. And he does have Gregor behind him as well. Yeah, I'm not surprised he folded there. Gregor has the 2 overs in the flush draw, which is a hand that you prefer, a better hand to continue with than the 4-3, I think. So he's going to continue. And yeah, as Sven's fed, I've been very impressed by.
Very interested to see on a brick, and we do see the brick.
Yeah.
How this one will play out. Like, wouldn't be shocked to see check.
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Yeah. Yeah. In this spot, you kind of have to think, try and break down the range. How many hands does he have that will call the turn, but will then fold to the river? And this is not the most draw-heavy board. Obviously, the flush draw came on the turn, and that's exactly what Gregor has. But aside from that, not a lot of draws in their ranges. So it's harder to find hands that will give up to the second one, but he's found one. I mean, he was ahead anyway. Was bluffing with the best hand.
Yeah, nice pickup for Lucas there. I was a little surprised to see him start betting the turn, but he got the job done. He found a good spot to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, he followed through in the river. He obviously thought he was bluffing, but turns out he wasn't. So you can see on the top screen, we are down to 30 now of the 648 who started. This is very early to be thinking about doing anything with Queen 10 off, and he goes away, he folds it. Apocalypse UK says, back to my game now, see you all later. Thanks for joining us, Apocalypse. Hopefully you'll be back later after your game. So, Alfredo in the small blind. Okay, what do you like here, Sven?
You too?
Goes for the raise, yeah. I don't mind it, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I think all the options are in play there.
But sometimes I look not.
Not a bad hand to limp pre-shove either.
4i. 4i.
Yeah.
I think it's a nice adjustment to make. If the big blind seems to like never put money in light, never raise versus your limp, maybe we can start raising the small blind more in an instance like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. And a lot of players definitely don't defend wide enough. Like, you're supposed to defend super wide in those spots when the small blind raises, because you're in position and he should have a very wide raising range. But most players won't defend as wide as they should.
Big one for Alfredo on the button here.
Yeah, yeah,
Looking
he's
for
trying to
some
get the
action
money in
again.
now. Interesting betting action there. Quite an ostentatious splash.
Maybe trying to act like he's tilted.
Yeah, possibly. He's got the call from the 5-4 suited, which at this stack depth is a little bit speculative.
Yeah, exactly. I would like it if the stacks were, let's say, twice as deep.
Yeah. Okay, so everybody's essentially missed. Alfredo will be his heart will have sunk when he saw that ace, but he's in amazing shape. He checks it back. Two of clubs. He has the 10 of clubs, so he won't feel as bad as if he had no club. The 5-4 has turned a gut shot now. Queen 8 has nothing. Can't imagine he's going to try anything. And now, yeah, now he's going to bet. He just reckons he pretty much always has the best hand, but he wants to deny equity, which is even more important multi-way than heads up.
Sorry.
Is a Queen 8 called here? Wow. This is interesting.
Yeah, and when you call out a position, you have no choice but to just lead the river, or what are you going to do? Check the river with Queen High out of position?
Yeah. He. This is very, very unorthodox. I mean, he literally can't make a strong hand on the river. He could be even his queen might not be good. So this is a pure. A pure float, I guess. I'm going to call and then try and bluff the river. But it's a strange line. You kind of smell a rat here because why would his strong hand? Okay, wow, he's got the fold. It has worked. I mean, maybe I'm mistaken.
Yeah, but
I'm not folding there.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. You're coming from. I thought maybe he'd feel his 10s maybe weren't good, and he'd bluff them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's another option as well. You can try and get maybe a weak ace, or what was the other card on the board? A jack to fold. Yeah, that was a very interesting hand. I mean, you said this guy played really snug yesterday around the bubble. Maybe he's come in today thinking, well, everybody thinks I'm not going to be bluffing at all. We have seen 2 bluffs from him already, so.
yeah.
Or else his friends were watching on the stream yesterday and they gave him tremendous abuse for not using his stack.
Yeah, a very unpredictable player, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think I'll keep my mouth shut the next time he's in a hand and just watch.
Yeah. Yeah, I was stunned by the turn call, but obviously once he calls the turn, he has to bet the river. There's literally no point calling the turn otherwise. And he's raised from the small blind this time, and I mean, Queen 8 is the hand you have to defend, because again the ranges are so wide here. You're in position, it's a well above average hand.
I like that we can't see Najalko's cards
That's
here.
right, yeah.
I'm thinking he's quite strong, to be honest.
Yeah.
But like we say, very unpredictable player. We've just seen him goof around a lot. Yeah, I'm not even sure.
Yeah.
Because he flats the 5 deuce on the button. He did the complete airball float with the Queen 8 last hand. But earlier on, we saw he was reluctant to raise a hand like Ace 3 suited as the big stack.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, so you're right. It's just kind of unorthodox in all directions. It's not just that he's way too loose. He's just doing strange stuff across the board. So the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw continues.
It's just snap reaching for chips.
Yeah.
It's going to get interesting.
It's a small bet as well. 110 into 305. But Lorenzo's, yeah, he's calling here. He smells a rat.
Yeah, probably feeling somewhat comfortable on how different rivers are going to play in position. He feels he can bluff a certain amount of them.
Yeah.
Maybe this one. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it.
This is, wow, looks like a blocker bet, is it? Well, I guess it's not that small now, it's 250.
Yeah, and Lorenzo would only a choice if he wants to jam.
Jam is the only option there. He had the queen in clubs, which is somewhat useful, but in the end he decides to let it go.
I think I saw the dealer flash one of Najelko's cards there as the king of clubs. Did anyone catch that in the chat?
Yeah. And it's fair to say Sven is much better eyesight than I have, so I'm going to defer to Sven on that. But if anybody else did see it in the chat, let us know.
On the river there, he reps very thin. It's like,
yeah,
the flush completes. He raises pre-bets every street. It's usually like a bluff or a flush, like it's that polarized.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of players just like to keep the betting lead. You know, there are calling stations, but there are also betting stations, which means they just keep betting until they either get raised or they get the fold. They don't like giving up at any point once they start betting.
Yeah, I don't like the betting stations. They bring out the worst in me.
Yeah, they're definitely harder to play against than calling stations.
Yeah. Yeah, I was interested to see would Lucas open up the 10-8 suited. Not surprised he has. Probably has a decent amount of confidence on the table.
Nine-eight suited is going to fold the small blind.
What do you think of Tom's 3-bet from the cutoff?
I mean, it's an interesting one because your hand definitely plays fine as a flat as well. But yeah, I guess I like it. It's not really that strong a hand, and you can definitely get hands that you dominate to fold. You can also get that flop. Open ender against
easy game.
He's got an open ender and he's dead. You don't see that very often. Now,
is he going to check
just go
back?
tiny?
Just go tiny.
I would go tiny here because I would go tiny a lot, and we are going to get action from the open ender. But yeah, checking back is obviously an option there.
Yeah, they just worry about all those suited combos that aren't spades.
Yeah, they just kind of tend to give up. I think it's probably a spot where you're supposed to do a bit of both, so that depending on the flop action, your range isn't capped. You can still have all the really strong hands going to the turn. Or is a brick? This isn't a big bet either. This is 225 into 515, about a 40%er. He's basically trying to string this type of hand along. Let's just give this one a good long think, and yeah, he does let it go in the end. It's a smallish bet, but he won't necessarily feel good about even if he hits a straight. Certainly if it's a spade.
Yeah, awkward spot to continue there.
Yeah, for sure.
And Tom just betting the turn there just to get value from, I guess, Jack X, maybe stuff like eights with a spade. Doesn't want an action killer to roll off. These are the main reasons he's opting for a bet rather than trapping as we go to an outer table.
Yeah, I agree. What's happening here? Oh, somebody's very short and all in.
He's moving. Because you called, he want to squeeze. He want to steal.
We see Montana, I believe that is behind the dealer. He was on the feature table yesterday with Some old school tree betting. Fun to watch.
Interesting. Again, we're seeing blind on blind action. In general, the table is playing quite tight, and on tables where people are playing tight, you're going to see a lot of blind versus blind pots. So Gregor's flopped middle pair. Oh no, sorry, he's flopped top 2. I was flopped huge here, and David actually has a gutter.
Gregor identifying that they're very shallow, shouldn't be too hard to get all the money in.
Yeah,
It is
yeah,
top
you don't have
two.
to start. Now he's gonna. Oh, I like I like this. This is a real trying to get a raise bet. Try and get some money in. I mean, even the 7-4. I mean, yeah, I guess you only had the 6, but.
Every chip so precious, I guess, is what he's thinking.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
What would you have done with the 7-4 for what it's worth? Versus the
I mean,
minimum.
I'd be very tempted to raise and think it was just he was trying to get to see a cheap river. It depends on the player, obviously, but yeah, he might have got me to punt off there. Stick in a raise, knowing that even if we get called, we can sometimes hit a miracle river and we can get the fold as well.
Yeah, it seems reasonable.
Tom raises the suited ace. The unsuited ace is really mucky. I mean, you can turn it into a light 3-bet sometimes if you think the guy's going to fold enough, but this is not a hand you ever want to get called with.
Maybe we would have saw the 6-4 suited bump it up, but not the...
Yeah. Yep. Ace-4 suited is an interesting one though, and he only has 11 big blinds.
Yeah, will probably cross his mind if he wants to jam. He'll probably quickly figure out that maybe a call is best served. He does. Oh, sorry, I thought he was in the big blind. My bad.
It was small one. Yeah, I think the raise just came from too early, and he worked out that he's going to be dominated a lot. Certainly when called. Didn't have a ton of fold equity either.
Yeah, it's kind of the first question you're asking yourself is how much fold equity is there?
Yeah.
And then there's not any, then how well does your hand get play when called? Like how good does it perform against the calling range?
Yeah.
And if it's not going to perform well, then your options are call or fold. You're left with then. So.
Yeah. Yep. I agree completely. A hand like Ace-4 suited benefits very heavily from fold equity. It's not going to play great when called. It looks like you have a fan in the chat. Sven Dilo1527 says, "What's up, Sven? Cool gig you got going here." Sven, of course, is very popular on Twitch. Sorry, talked over you there.
Appreciate that, lads. Thank you, Dilo, keeping me company in here.
Yeah, as I was saying, Sven has a lot of fans on Twitch. One of my favorite Twitchers for sure. And your channel has grown very, very quickly.
Yeah, I guess I've just been enjoying it, and I found it easy, and it's kind of taken off.
Yeah, it's great to see. Yeah, I think it's a great mix of entertainment and also high quality strategy.
Alfredo. Not going perfectly for him, but staying patient, all smiles.
Yeah, it's good to see he's not letting it get to him. sometimes that just happens. You know, you just, as I said before, you have these hands that you're supposed to open and you're supposed to fold to a 3-bet, and you do get 3-bet, and you have to just keep folding. But not everybody has the mental capacity not to blow up in those spots.
I still feel like sometimes people will just go after you and just start to enter in every pot with you. I don't know if
Oh no, that
that's
definitely
just
happens
me.
sometimes. Yeah, that happens live. I
Yeah.
think it's more of a live thing. You fold to 2-3 bets, and there are some players at the table going, "Okay, I'm just going to 3-bet him now because he folds too much." I think live players are less conscious of sample size, for want of a better word.
Yeah.
They make conclusions of very, very small samples.
Lucas really pushing the boundaries here. Trying to squeeze out every last bit of value from that button position.
And this is the spot that Alfredo has been waiting for. He moves all in over the button raise. It should end the hand. Queen 7 is a little bit... Queen 7 was a very loose open to start with, and it's obviously in terrible shape against a shove. Actually, I was talking earlier about things that have changed since I started playing. That's another thing which has changed. When I started playing, I would say 80-90% of live players just opened any 2 on the button. They literally thought that they had the right to open because it was folded around to them. And now people are much more savvy, and they kind of realize, well, that's actually a very easy strategy to exploit. If you know somebody's opening any 2 on the button, you know exactly what their range is.
And a statement on how the small blind and big blind strategies have developed over the years and just made life a lot harder for the button.
That's right as well, yeah. Yeah. So Lorenz has picked up quite a few of these hands which he could open in late position, but he's getting them in early position. We are down to 27 players now, so we've lost, I believe, 5 players already today as we play down to the final 9.
One raise 50,000.
Gregor is, so far, has been the most aggressive player at the table, and he goes for a fairly aggressive open with 4s under the gun +1. He's going to run into it behind here. 11 big blinds, ace king, not much else to do except shove here.
Yeah, I like how he is concealing information, concealing the strength of his hand.
That's a very good point. A lot of live players make the mistake of snap shoving, and then you're kind of giving away the fact that you've got a very easy decision. In fact, it's exactly ace king so much of the time, and you didn't have to think about. And when it comes back to Gregor, he's going to be getting almost 2-1.
We did see him make the quite tight fold with the king 9. Remember, versus the small king jack shove.
Yeah, and you made the point at the time that
this
was
one.
about chip conservative, but he's running his jacks behind, so
Okay.
the jacks has a much bigger stack. He's moved all in. And obviously now that makes the 4s decision very, very easy. And we're going to see a flip. Ace king is all in, so it needs to hit, or we will be down to 26. So far, so good for the jacks.
running 9-9? No.
That would be a funny way to go, yeah. But no, he needs an ace or a king now, or we will be down to 26. And no good. Yeah. We lose David. Nothing he could do there. Ace king's a monster when you have 11 big blinds.
Yeah, well played. Handled himself very well. Good effort. He's going to go home with no more, no less than €5,479.
Yep.
And your yeah, right, right.
There's a lot of talk about Martin Carbell in the chat. Apparently he's playing on an outer table. He is quite the experience. Have you ever played with Martin?
No, but yesterday I was mentioning how I feel like we'd clash, to be honest. I don't know if I'd like to play with him.
I think pretty much 95% of players do clash with him. He is, yeah, he's a difficult table presence, let's say. I actually don't think like there's any malice in. Sorry.
I was just gonna say he's a great laugh when I'm sitting here and I'm watching him on the TV.
Yeah.
But if I was sat down and I was irritated and getting emotional and he was trying to needle me,
yeah,
have a word.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, yeah. He reminds me of Will Kassouf.
You don't think there's much. You don't think there's much malice in either of them?
I don't think there's much malice. I just think he's very socially awkward and he's not necessarily aware of how annoying he's being in a lot of spots. I have played with him a few times and I have seen people get annoyed with him. And I mean, I could be wrong on this, but I do have the sense that a lot of time he's just confused as to why people find him very annoying. But yeah, he's a lot of people find him very difficult to play with. Again, I said this earlier, but he reminds me a bit of Will Kassouf. A lot of people find Will fun to watch, but I can assure you it's not much fun to be at the table with him.
Similar players, that for sure, with their table talk anyway.
Yeah,
Gregor checks
very
back.
much so. Yeah, so he's got the middle pair and now he's picked up the additional gutter. Gregor, the big blind has rather. Gregor still has nothing, so he might take a stab now. But will he be allowed to stab? No.
I know me myself. I just get too sticky in these spots when I've got the bluff catcher over cards.
Yeah.
I beat some draws. But the thing is, the draws have equity anyway.
The draws have equity anyway, and I do think that people probably bluff less in these spots live than they do online. So that's one adjustment I tend to make when I go to playing live. I just fold more in those spots.
There is instances in this game where your hand is ahead. If you have the best hand on the turn more than half the time, you can still fold, even if you're just ahead right now more than half the time. Your overall equity might be less than 50% or much less.
Yeah, because as you said, the draws will have equity, and sometimes you're going to get bluffed on the river as well, which obviously affects how often you win the hand. So there are.
Yeah.
That's something actually I coach quite a lot of recreational players, and it's a concept they find it difficult to get their heads around. That they'll defend a low pair, and the board will come with two Broadway cards, let's say, and they'll go, well, I think I have the best hand a lot here at the time, if one of the Broadway cards isn't an ace. And that's kind of not the point, because even if you have the best hand, it's very hard to get to the river and still have the best hand and be able to call the bets that keep coming at you. So you tend to but you're much better off just pitching the thing. It's not about having the best hand or not, it's about having a profitable situation.
How often you're going to show down comfortably and win the pot.
Exactly. So we are playing down to a final table. We're also playing down to 24, at which stage there will be a redraw, which is very common in tournaments. We're at 26 now, so when we lose 2 more players, there will be a redraw.
5 plus. 6 plus. 7 plus. 8 plus. 1 call 30,000. Four check. Heads up to the four. One bet, 30,000. Four call.
The classic limp stab we see here. How long has that play been around, Dara? I guess you mentioned earlier that limping wasn't really a thing back in the day. But the limp stab, an oh so powerful play in the modern meta. See Lucas with the float now turns a gut shot.
Yeah, the
Not
limp
ideal
stab
for
print-
Gregor to have a 10.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. Yeah, the limp stab printed for years because, as you said, people didn't limp. And then when people started limping and people weren't raising, well, let's say they were raising all their really strong hands. And then, if you limped and the board came ace high, as in this case, the big blind just never had an ace. And you could pretty much limp stab. But even in general, people would just fold if they'd missed. And, you're going to miss 2/3 of the time. So the limp stab is still a very, very powerful play.
Lucas there floating the 9 high on the ace queen 5. Getting it done on the turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I think people defend better against the limp stab these days, but it still works a lot.
Yeah.
Want to steal my card, huh?
Gotta know your
I
customer.
have more cards. It's better for me.
So you can see on the screen we're down to 25 now, so we are 1 away from that redraw.
Four call 30,000. 5 check. 4 heads up.
When we talk about the limp stab, Lucas does not opt for it this time.
5 check.
No. The ace is a good
Maybe
card
now?
to stab on now, though. Yeah. Yeah, here we go, and he's picked up a gut shot as well.
4 bet. 35,000.
I think Alfredo's already signaled his intent to fold there. I mean, you can see why, because obviously he's got nothing, but I still don't think it's a good idea to do that because you can be exploited in the future where the guy starts to move, and then when he sees that you're not actually going to fold your hand, he can maybe change his mind.
Yeah, I totally agree. Nice execution there from Lucas.
Yeah. Yeah, just recognizing that the ace is a much better card for him.
pass. One pass. For a 60,000.
Fine.
5 call. 60.
Alfredo opting just a flat here off the 16 bigs.
Yeah, I'm sticking it in there, I have to admit.
Heads up to the flop.
I got confused for a sec there with the graphics, but yeah, we're small blind button open, small blind
Button
flats.
opens. Yeah. He's flopped very well. He won't like all the hearts out there, but
5 bet Owen.
he's shoved for multiples of pot. Hard to get called by worse now.
Yeah.
4 pass.
Yeah, I think you sometimes see that where players, they flat a pretty strong hand pre-flop and then they get a flop. They hit the flop, but it's a scary flop and they kind of just, it's almost like they panic and they just put all the chips in. But that
Yeah.
all-in didn't achieve a lot.
Yeah, and it comes from a place of maybe some previous experiences that these players remember of.
Being sucked
You know,
out
they
on.
felt like it was their, yeah, and they feel like it was their fault that an opponent sucked out on them before because they let them get there, or just some slightly broken logic
Yeah. Yeah.
can lead to some plays like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, early in my career, I was told that if your bluffs are never called, you're not bluffing enough. I also think that if you're never sucked out on, you're almost certainly doing something wrong.
Yeah.
You have to be prepared to try and maximize the value of your hand, even if it sometimes means that you're going to get sucked out and you're going to lose a hand that you could have won earlier in the hand. Yeah, Mandrulia says that has to be 100% shove pre with his stack. I tend to agree very much. I would have definitely gone with the King Jack suited pre-flop there. And small blind has raised the 10-5 here. That's interesting. And ooh, wow. Very strong top pair against bottom two.
6 bet 90,000.
Comes out firing.
7 call.
Ace Jack calls. Okay, the Ace Jack's picked up a gut shot now.
Definitely a dynamic here between the two blinds, Tom and Nedelko. We see Tom fold on numerous occasions to a bet from Nedelko, and now raising a very weak hand pre-flop. Definitely some attempted exploits going on here, from what I gathered the last few orbits.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that. I wonder if he's reassessed his image of Nedelko. He seems to be playing a lot differently today. And he's got two pair. It's a fairly... I mean, two pair is always good, and it's a monster blind on blind, but as two pair goes, this isn't a great one. But it's certainly strong enough to bet for value. Yeah.
6 bet 375,000. 375.
So he's gone for a relatively small bet.
And I think because of this read he thinks he has, he may be just wanting to give himself an opportunity to get away very comfortably from a raise from Nedelko.
Yeah, if Nedelko can recognize here that he probably doesn't have the best hand, he might turn his hand into a bluff. Blocking the nuts, king jack. He's blocking a lot of the 2 pairs with the ace. But it looks like he might be just considering, I don't know what those denominations are. Yeah.
I think the grays are 100s.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's just thinking about calling or folding.
Yeah. Wow.
Let it go. Big
Wow,
fold.
that is some fold. That is incredible. Blind on blind. Ace jack is a monster there.
Yeah, that's a huge fold. Like, well, what's the thought process there? Get
no
away
idea.
from the ace jack.
Yeah, I mean, again, you said there's a dynamic between these 2 players. I don't know how much they played together yesterday, but that's an astonishing fold. I mean, you really have to think the guy just isn't bluffing almost ever to fold a hand that strong. Top pair, very good kicker, which is actually blocking the nuts as well. That's just a monster blind on blind.
Yeah, you might even chop with some value bets of the same hand.
Yeah. Yeah, because the river sizing was small, so he can we can definitely chop against some value bets.
But not only did Tom fold a couple of times, but he let Nedelko know he folded. He said big fold, he taps the table. There is certain
That's true, yeah.
friendliness between them. Maybe Nedelko just thought it wasn't the time he was getting bluffed.
Yeah. And we are down to 24 according to the screen. So if that's the case, we will have a redraw, I think, after this hand. Queen Jack defending in the big blind against the hijack open. They both miss, so but the 8-7 has the betting lead and also some backdoors. Small bet will get the job done here a lot of the time. I guess we're going to do the redraw now. So they are going to do the redraw. I believe we're going to go on a break soon, a 15-minute break. And when you rejoin Sven and I after the break, we will be resuming. We will have a new feature table, obviously since there's a redraw going on, and we'll continue to play down to the final table.
never easy under the lights and cameras.
I do recognize Marioni as well, but being that he's playing under a nickname, we will not reveal his real name here on the stream. And right away we see a jam here by Illy. Seems more than fine. About 14 big blinds, jamming the ace-queen. But unfortunately for him, look at this. Very first hand, we have Besnik waking up with the rockets.
Wow. Januszewski really unfortunate here to run into the blades.
And we have... Okay, that was Besnik. He's going to need a miracle to get through this.
Gonna see the bad news.
Stats show about 6%. Miracles can happen now.
Are we gonna see a sweat? Let's see.
I'm already sweating.
As we know, never easy in this game. Always some sort of sweat.
And while we're waiting for the flop turn and river to be dealt, we see players just dropping out of the field. Down to 136. Once again, it's 71 players in the money. So getting closer and closer to bubble time. And here we go, 2 spades. So what happened? It was ace-10, not ace-queen. So that's been corrected.
I see.
Does change things a little bit.
And we do see a
Backdoor.
backdoor flush.
Oh!
Oh my lord.
Wow. Now he has Besnik drawing to 1 out.
This is just sick.
Went from being 6% to win the hand to 97% and a 6 of spades. Gets the double for Illy. Besnik stacking.
That is some pure joy.
Hit, but you can't blame him at all.
I don't think I've seen a man happier all year.
Besnik does not look like he's very happy though.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's the GTO way. So if you prescribe the GTO, for sure there's one way to play, but then you have to assume that the other players are playing GTO as well, or adjusting your ranges for that, so it gets a bit tricky even with GTO.
Yeah, even the most hardcore GTO guys, even the most hardcore GTO guys will like disagree on how much they should deviate based on like how people are playing. So it's nothing's ever black and white in this game.
Is he gonna flat or a 3-bet? It looks like a flat maybe. No, it is a 3-bet. There were some more chips I didn't see. Oh my!
Oh,
Look at
Lord.
this. Sergey with the Cowboys. It looks like we have to wait for Marcel to pull this Jack 9 before we see what Sergey will do, but I don't think we're going to see a flat here.
Oh my God. He is loving it with the kings. Little does he know. Could be the end of the road. What a disaster for Sergey here.
Because even if he puts Nedelko on a tight range, you know, he still has these ace queen, ace king, jacks, queens, tens. You shouldn't be too scared by that 3-bet when you have the second best hand. That should at least get Alexei out of the way. And snap shove by Nedelko, snap call by Sergey, or not yet?
Yeah, the money's in, it looks like, and you got a feel for Sir Svensson over there.
A massive
Battled.
591,000 pot.
And this man has battled his heart out. Such a raw style of playing. Really enjoyable to watch. Is he going to hit the 2-outer for all the chips?
Or maybe some clubs, maybe 4 clubs on the board. There's a club out the window. Oh my.
Wow,
It was
that's a
neither,
great
but
club.
a queen or a king. And the tables have turned, and it'll be Nedelko out on the rail.
And he's even more live than normal. As we can see, the discounted cards are taken into consideration with the percentages. Wow, really comes to life on this flop. The deuce deflates him. Oh, he couldn't get there.
Nedelko breathing a sigh of relief.
Yes,
Sergey's
massive
going to have to
relief.
mount a comeback, though. He's down to just 2 big blinds.
Race.
Fold.
Hero call.
Hero call.
All in. Beer.
Coffee in the morning and beer during the day.
Coffee. Coffee. I don't drink beer.
Coffee. Okay, jacks.
Checks.
Ace king. Jack jack.
Jack Jack. Cash game.
Tournament. Cash game. Tournament.
Tournament.
Philharmonic.
Both of them.
Bus Philharmonic.
Tony G. Bust them both in the same end.
WSOP title.
WSOP. WSOP.
WSOP.
WSOP title.
Small talk.
Small talk. Small talk. Small talk. Bluff. Daniel Negreanu.
Phil Ivy.
Phil Ivy.
Daniel Negreanu. Both.
Title once.
Title.
Title.
Title once. Title win.
To know the board cards to come.
My opponent card.
To know the board pre-flop.
To know my opponent's cards. I don't want any superpower. Being bullied.
To be the bully.
Being bullied. I don't like bullies, so I'm a gentleman.
I don't like any of them.
Ooh, that's a good one. Top manager.
Top manager.
Top manager.
Top manager.
Manager.
Kings or kings? Kings.
Kings or kings? Kings.
Kings or kings? Red kings. I guess both. Kings.
Of course, 1 year without poker.
Okay. That's a trick question. Clearly 1 year without poker. No, both every day, if it's possible.
1 year without sex.
Kings.
see Sergey's stack there. Just over a big blind. I mean, all he needs, winning one all in would have him up 5 big blinds more, something like that. Maybe less, 4.5.
I think we'd both like to see him mount this comeback.
For sure.
Uncle, let's see if he jams in with a 10.5 big blinds. He's on the button. I think Sven would like to see a raise. I wouldn't mind seeing a jam.
Exactly right, yeah. I guess so. Getting closer to the money, you definitely want to do less of the fancy kind of min-raisey inducing stuff. Yeah, and this ace-8 suited is, I mean, it's a call in you know, if you were to ask a lot of professionals, they're probably going to say they're going to call in this spot. Be a very impressive fold. He'd have to be identifying that the button is just jamming way tighter than he should. If he did want to get away. Yeah, just a cooler. 10 bigs on the button. You're going to be ahead of a lot of stuff. Ace-8 of diamonds. Very hard to get away from.
Uncle, a 3-1 favorite to double up here with this ace-queen suited. He does not want to see any diamonds out of the window. Does not want to see an 8. And there's a diamond straight out of the window.
Oh wow, and this was the guy who was complaining that he keeps chopping these pots, and there we see a paired board.
You think it's going to happen again? You think we're going to see a turn of a 3?
I think it's
or
7-7.
Maybe a diamond for a sweat? Oh!
Okay. Oh wow.
You shouldn't have been complaining about the chops, Uncle. But he can still hit a queen.
Table. He's going to flip the table over. He is going to be fuming.
What can I do? Okay, good luck, boys.
What can you do? Exactly right. Unfortunate, Uncle. I like the shove. You know, even if you raise there, it's probably turning out to be the same.
Okay, is he going to throw a chair?
Not much you can do there.
No, handling himself quite well. No tantrums.
I think only Phil Hellmuth can do things like throw a chair and not get in trouble for it.
Great.
I think even though a lot of people can relate,
side of the table, Leon, Pablo, and Dida. All these three in the hole for $500,000. Kabanski looks interested. King Queen 10-8, 9,500 pot size bet. Kabanski calls in Leon with an incoming call.
Hi Elke, how are you today?
I'm great, thank you. Hi Mika, how are you?
Me too, thank you. Congratulations on your upcoming wedding. How is the preparation going?
Very busy actually, but it's good. It's okay.
Okay, how was your run in the circuit?
Fortunately, I busted late day 2, I think around 100th place, so a little bit before bubble. Sucks, but the game, you know.
And are you jumping now in the commentary booth?
In the commentary, I'm always really happy to be here at Kings and playing anyways, and it's an amazing event, so I'm going to do it in commentary and follow us, guys.
Okay, then we're happy to see you at the commentary. Thank you.
So, welcome back, everyone. And as you heard there in the interview with Dr. Angropedia, better known as Elke, we are very privileged to be joined in the commentary box by Elke. Welcome, Elke.
Hey, Dara. Nice to be here with you guys today.
Hey, Elke, what's up, mate?
Also here with Sven, and we have a new feature table. Do you know any of these guys, Elke?
I think I played with some of them, but I sure need to do I need to know their faces.
You need to see the
face. I
yeah.
played with them. I think I posted this tournament yesterday, like 100 something on late on day 2. So I think I recognized some of them when I walked around, but I need to see what they look like.
Sure. And
maybe
how is
you
the
can help us?
Sorry?
And maybe you can help us get some reads on these guys.
Yeah.
Me and Dara have. We've been
from
struggling.
They're from all over the place. It's pretty fun. Huh? There's like Italy, Israel, Germany, Turkey, Netherlands.
Yeah.
And Serbia.
Yeah. It looks like 8 different countries actually, which is. Oh no, sorry. There's 2 Italians.
Tom looks like he's quite reggy, quite competent. Still very creative. We saw the 10-5 off small blind raise into a passive big blind.
Yeah.
So that's what we know about Tom so far. This guy here.
Which one
on
is
the
Tom?
left?
On the left? Okay. I don't think I play with him.
How was your trip, Elke? How's it going?
It's good. I'm still at Kings actually. I'm commentating from Kings. Yeah, it's always great to be here. You know, the best place to play poker.
Yeah.
And what's next for you?
Probably the WSOP in Las Vegas.
Oh wow.
Very nice.
I guess that's not that far away now. It's just a month.
Yeah. How about you? Which one are you playing next?
I'm doing some stuff in Dublin before the WSOP. I probably won't travel before the WSOP, but yeah, looking forward to Vegas as well. Did you make it to Vegas last year, Elke?
Yes, I did. I didn't do anything too great. I was okay in the main event actually. I think forgot 300 something. It's always disappointing, but day 5 I think.
Nice. So the ace-2 suited is opening up here in early position. Statement of intent already.
I played with this gentleman, the one, was it sit 5? I played with this gentleman in sit 5.
Siciliano. Yeah, he was on the table before the break, and he was definitely one of the more active players. Pretty good flop for the 9s.
That's 24 players. It's getting pretty serious and pretty deep. And I think there are 14 spots for the WSOP Europe.
Yeah, I think it's 12.
Right? 12?
I think
12
it's
or 14.
12.
Yeah, maybe 12. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That'll make for some very interesting dynamics, some interesting ICM when there are 13, 14, 15 players left. Effectively, the jump from 13th to 12th is you get double for 12th that you get for 13.
So guys, what do we think about check raise and 9s here? I was kind of expecting most to just play it with a check call, but I would have loved to seen a little bit of small check raising happening with the 9s. Maybe that's a bit too loose versus early position. What do we think?
Yeah, I think check raising. I mean, it's really depending of how aggressive the player and how likely he is to make a move and to come back over the top.
Yeah.
But now if you get some value,
it's just this is
what
happens
up,
so
but
much,
I think
right?
9s is good to check raise for sure because you cannot only check raise like draws and air, right? You need to have some legitimate hands in your check raise range.
Yeah, 9s benefits from the hands that fold as well. That'll have overcards a lot of the time.
And we just get value. So often we see turn go check check after we check call a hand like 9s or 8s on the flop.
Yeah.
What?
So he does win the hand.
Yeah.
Mowgli. Haven't seen him play yet. Be interested to see how he handles himself. I'm sure some
You
other
just come
people
to the
know him.
table?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
new
this
feature
is-
table here.
Yeah. There was a redraw at 24, so we only recognize a couple of these players. The rest are new. We're playing down to 9 tonight.
To 9, wow, that's gonna be a long night.
Yeah, well, we've lost 8 players already today, so be interesting to see. I do think it's going to slow down when there's 15 players left because of those tickets.
Yeah, there's something about winning a ticket that's just different. And I'd say better than winning the 10k cash because
Yeah,
if I
I
won
think
personally,
yeah, for sure.
yeah, but you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. It's basically the experience. You know, you're going to get to play in the biggest tournament in Europe this year, the biggest main event. So for a lot of players, that is a dream. And
Yeah.
you know, I mean, it's slightly illogical in the sense that, you know, if you won 30,000, you could always use 10,000 of that to buy in. But most players won't do that. But when they're forced to, but when they have a ticket, it does feel different for sure.
Even if I won 100,000, I wouldn't feel like it's a good idea to just put 10k up into a tournament. But if I win the ticket, now I can relax, I can flick the tournament, I can get ready.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So Anura's raised again, and he's walked into it again.
Pretty big free bet from Alfredo, especially considering his stack size. I think he could have made it smaller.
Yeah. I mean, he basically committed. So.
Yeah, I think I'd rather shove this spot. But it doesn't matter too much, I guess.
Alfredo definitely with his own style, his own approach to the game. We had a spot where we saw him flat the small blind with King Jack suited for 15 bigs against button, which is quite a strong call. Like most people aren't going to flat hands that strong. He didn't jam versus button, so definitely a bit of a wild card, this Alfredo Siciliano. We see him with the ace-deuce suited here, right on the borderline. $25 bigs, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm folding, maybe I'm racing.
Yeah, early position. It very much depends on the table. I think if you don't think you're going to get 3-bet much, then it's fine. But if you do, probably just let it go.
Do you think we see an all in here?
We could do. It's just under 30 bigs. And
it's much less. It's because
actually Alfredo has less.
24, right?
Alfredo has 25 big blinds in total, or 23. But no, he's gone for the call. That's why you open the ace-deuce.
Now Alfredo is old school. Let's see, does he check it back here? Okay, he doesn't.
How much did you bet?
65? Maybe the graphics are...
I think it's more. I think it's 85. Right? I think
yeah, you
maybe
can see the
65. No,
chips.
maybe 65. You're right.
I think it's 65. I think it's the blue
65.
chips are the big ones.
Yeah, blue are 25. Yeah, it's 65.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we're never gonna fold here.
No, got the over. This is as good as a flop as you're going to get when you have 8s, without an 8 on it.
Yeah, he plays it as a check raise, I believe, and I do like it. Deny so much equity.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to the 9s last.
Yeah.
I don't really like the all-in here, but. It's okay.
This is going to lose some hands now. Probably, maybe not the 8s, but...
Yeah, 8's my call. I mean, he's just too many combo draws that...
Also vor der Hand 600.
But it's not like I mean, yeah, I think 8 is gonna call, but doesn't really feel good to call here.
Maybe Alfredo has like 7s or 6s.
Yeah, 7, 6s, 5s, 4x.
Ace 4 suited.
Ace 4 suited, yeah.
It's just we talk about time and tells, and he goes all in pretty quickly, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much we could read from that.
He's having a think about this. He's not made a snap call.
Zeigst du, wenn ich folde? Möchtest du, dass ich dir zeige? Ich weiß
He
es
asked
noch
me.
nicht, ob ich dir
He
zeige.
asked him in German there if he would show if he folded.
I don't know. Ich habe ein starkes Paar auf der Hand. Hast du ein starkes Blatt? Hast du ein Draw? Okay. Do you have a draw?
I have
You
a
have
pair.
a May 10?
I have a pair.
Oh.
Pair, wow.
Oh.
I fold.
Wow.
Oh, good fold.
Yeah.
Wow, we found the fold there.
But you could have all the higher pairs for sure. I mean, it also depends
Good,
on
and
how
Alfredo...
things Alfredo opens.
Yeah, he did engage Alfredo in conversation
What?
there, and Alfredo did seem very,
Never
very
bluff.
relaxed. Wonder if that factored into his
Yeah.
decision.
I have an 8. 8.
But yeah, as Elke says, a lot of overpairs there. 9s all the way through aces.
Yeah.
With some stuff like pocket 4s and his hand. We've seen some big folds. Yesterday we saw a player open off 30 bigs early position. The small blind 3-bets jacks and under the gun 4-bet jams the 30 bigs. And the small blind just folds the jacks. It's just 3-bet folds. This was quite close to the bubble. And I was in the commentary with Jason, and the 4-bet range was so strong. It was like jacks plus ace king.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah,
saw
that's
the
often
guy
the case
just allow
live.
himself. Yeah, just 3-bet fold the jacks and get away here. The guy check raises 8s and gets away from the flop 3-bet. Giving me some ideas, guys.
Yeah, it really depends also how much you check raise that range. That's board, right? Because 8 is gotta be some close to the top of his check raising range on that deuce 4 board. So theoretically, if
Yeah.
you fold like the top of your check raising range, is not the best. But in this part, it was very good, obviously, and he must have. If he played with the opponent, you can adjust. But
Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty big exploit when we check raise 8s and fold there. The same when we 3-bet fold jacks for 30. It's can really get away with it in these fields, as we see, though.
Yeah.
525.
now it's a really small 3-bet from Anwar. Almost too small actually, because he's out of position.
Yeah.
And his queen is a beautiful, 30 is a beautiful hand, but he's gonna miss a lot. And gives really good odds for his opponent to call in position, and that's what he would do. But luckily for Anwar, he has dominated hand, so.
Punished.
Punished,
Yeah,
indeed.
no, that's tough. I think he wants to continue, but it's kind of like. How much he bet? You can see 120.
20 it is.
I first might to score because he has ace of heart too. Right?
Yeah, makes sense. Don't accomplish too much by going all in. He does raise.
That's what he's done, it looks like. And now Anuro is deeply unhappy.
He does deny 30% equity there. I guess something to be said for that.
Yeah.
Besnik, another wild player. We see him yesterday battling. Good to see him still in. What is going on here? Like Itamar is GG. And Besnik, nearly 2 million.
So that elimination brings us down to 22 players left.
3 hands.
Besnik is a fun guy, lads. He was opening some A3 offsuit in the hijack yesterday. So yeah, looking forward to seeing him again. Besnik also ran a huge bluff with 9 high on a Jack 8-7 ace king flush completer. Did not get through. So definitely a player I'll be keeping an eye on. As we see Tom open up the queen jack here in the cutoff. Ace 3 suited flats the small blind. Also could have jammed if he wanted to, I guess. Maybe a little loose. What do we think about that, guys? Elke, you're jamming ace 3 suited here or just calling?
Yeah, it really depends of my opponent in this spot actually. It depends of his opening frequency and also how much respect he has for my showing range.
Something I don't think about enough. How much do they respect my shove?
Yeah, if I'm usually pretty tight, so they respect me more, so I can get away with those spots quite a bit. But it really depends on type of table dynamic too, right? I'm more surprised about the fold of the big blind. That 5 suited is pretty good hand to complete.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a general trend we've seen in this tournament. People not defending their blinds all that wide.
8 pass. One pass, 2 pass. 3 pass.
Mowgli with the ace 4 suited in the muck there. And Anoro choosing to play the induce rather than the open jam.
5 pass.
Which I like. I think especially on this table we can do a lot of raising at this stack depth.
Yeah, I think I like to jump better. I mean, racing is fine, but
With this type of hand, maybe you prefer jam. Do you think it's more vulnerable? Maybe induce something like ace jack suited, ace queen suited? Or are you
I
just
think
jamming
they're all
everything?
similarly vulnerable, I think, but yeah, I think I'm not so surprised because he also 3-bet really small the ace queen suited earlier.
Holland, nice. Wunderbar. Very nice.
Seat 5 saying he's from Amsterdam, very nice city.
Tel Aviv.
Must be nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of coffee in Amsterdam.
Yeah, love some coffee. Seems like quite a happy table, quite lively, everyone relaxed, enjoying themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, these guys are playing for a lot of money now, and but it's good to see they're all relaxed and enjoying the game.
Let's see how that changes when those tickets creep up on them.
Yeah, I think the table chat might get a little bit dampened then.
There can be another video at 18 or
16, I think, yeah.
16?
I believe so.
Yeah.
And I think that's when it'll get serious.
Yeah, I think so also.
Okay, Alfredo picks up the kings here. Kings on the button.
Good to see Fausto flat his fellow Italian here in the small blind.
Yeah.
Maybe thinking of some 3-bets when he looks at the big blind stack, but most likely going to play a flat. Never nice to play out of position, but in the small blind, getting a good price.
15,000. 5 more.
He does make it a little more than a min raise though. What do we think, lads? 10-8 suited, Dara, Elke?
It also depends. I think it depends how, I don't know, how straightforward the opponent plays post flop and how you think you can with good reads, if you have good reads on him or not. I think against the more difficult opponents, it's probably okay to fold.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think I'm just always getting in there. Maybe it's a bit of a leak.
Like, yeah, I think it's okay also because what was the big blind? Depends also if the big blind is gonna be showing a lot or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, and how the big blind is gonna play post flop, I guess.
Yeah, that's a big factor, I think.
Yeah, I think if the big blind defends a lot, calls a lot, and you think you can exploit him, it's also a good spot to call. It's more reasons to call.
2 plus. 3 plus. 4 plus. 5 plus.
And shout out to Dark Angel in the chat, as ever. Great to see you, Donna. And she says, hi Sven, Dara, and Elke.
6 plus. 7 plus.
Bird asked if Finton is at the Irish Open as a player or commentator. He's actually there as a commentator. He's been commentating all week.
8 raise 75,000. 1 raise all in. 8 plus.
Zoran finds the ace in the big blind, and that's enough to shove and take it down.
Elke, have you played much online lately?
I played some tournaments, of course, on GG. You know, they've been having like a amazing series at the WSOP Super Circuit, and now they have the mystery bounties. They're the first first online poker site to have mystery bounties, so it's pretty amazing. Yeah, have you guys played it?
Yeah, I've been playing some GG.
I haven't played a mystery bounty online yet, but I played one in Prague, which was the first one I played, and it was a lot of fun. They're definitely catching on like wildfire now. live they've been going really well, and I think we're just going to see more and more of them.
Yeah, I think it's the next big trend for sure. It's really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really playing much live poker this year at all. It's just going to be online, the GG streets, battling it out.
Yeah, you're based in Cambodia.
Yeah.
Sven, or have you? Yeah, you're still in Cambodia.
Oh, it must be late now, right?
Yeah,
It's
but
like midnight?
I'm used to
11?
it. Yeah, nearly 1 o'clock. Yeah.
This is normally when you be grinding anyway.
Yeah, starting my session around 1 hour ago, I guess. Normally.
Team will open the 5-4 suited with 20 big blinds or a little bit less. That's one of the best flop for him. It's gonna be able to take it down easily.
Yeah.
And if stacks were deeper and we think our opponents maybe c-betting too much, some continuing with the queen 10, or it's just too loose? Your fault.
I'd rather check raise if you think your opponent I'd rather check raise than continue in this kind of situation. But if you think he's really continuing too much.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time they will power again and like.
Yeah, I think it actually depends on the turn frequencies. There are some players who auto c-bet, but then they shut down on the turn and they pretty much tell you whether they have a hand or not. And then if they don't bet the turn, you can bluff the river. So if you've picked up that specific read, I think that's a case for the check call, but otherwise the check raise.
Like people struggle, they struggle to defend versus the check raise. You know, they don't feel comfortable floating certain hands.
Yeah, they definitely don't float
especially in
enough.
these.
Yeah. Yeah.
Easy to overdo it though, of course. You see Mowgli.
Sven's always looking for any excuse to check raise. I'm wrapped around that jack. Let's go.
Hey, we see Tom go for the check back with the king 5 suited. Battle of the clubs. We're gonna see a check, I imagine. Does Mowgli want to protect that little deuce?
He might be, yeah, that's what he's thinking. I think I have the best hand right now, but it's very vulnerable. And I guess the point you were making earlier, Sven, about people not floating enough makes that play okay.
Yeah, what does the king 5, what size did Mowgli go there? I kind of missed it.
I think he went small. I think it was 80.
The king 5 might be an example of this. What we continue, I guess, only if it's very small.
Yeah.
Maybe Tom just giving him a decent amount of credit. Knows nobody's getting too out of line with their super balanced stabs and all of this.
I think it's usually either or. The feature table either they're like getting everybody's playing like tighter and more in line, or like some people they would just go crazy and.
Yeah, I think it goes in two directions. I think
Yeah,
most
it
players
polarizes
probably
a
do
little
play
bit
tighter.
more.
Yeah,
Most of the time it's
players go a bit
tighter.
tighter.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Most of the time it's tighter because they don't want to look stupid and they don't want their friends to laugh at them when they go home. But then some people go the other way and they want to do more bluffs and hero calls.
And then some players have a bit of both. They're confused and they're playing tight for a while, and then they're insecure about playing too tight, so they just spaz out
they
for a moment.
Or maybe they take a beat and suddenly they're like angry.
Yeah. Definitely, I've seen some players change gears very suddenly.
I don't see how Arrow cannot go in here. I think he can score. I guess. He could or if wait, I can't see.
Oh, he's doing another non-all-in.
Wow.
Yeah, it's more okay this time because he's pretty committed, but
300 behind.
And we can be more kind of polarized in the big blind, and last time it was the small blind he 3-bets from, right?
Yeah, you cannot
Oh, he's
fold.
thinking
You
about
cannot
it?
fold
Okay.
after he
Wow.
if he folds, it's pretty not ideal, I guess.
No.
I think I've learned a lot about him now when he goes into the tank now. Couldn't quite figure out before, but yeah.
I call, right?
He did call, yeah.
He calls now.
Called in the end. He just needed some
Thought he
time
already
to,
had a plan with the big blind 3-bet.
Yeah. No, I don't
I
think
think
so.
it doesn't really matter that much. I mean, they're not really inducing much by 3-betting here with the stack sizes, so.
Yeah.
But anyway, if you shove, it's gonna have pretty much the same range.
Good luck.
Wow.
Flop perfect. Flop good.
He only has 81%, really?
No, 9.
That, I was looking at that.
It-
Oh, guess the 9
Yeah,
works
these-
as well.
9 and 10, but still.
9 and 10
Spade.
non-spade.
Flush.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
it's
like
like
these
taking
graphics.
Alright.
Yeah. Whatever's been discarded, the graphics
Yeah.
take that into consideration.
Yeah, it's taking the discarded cards into account.
I take
So I
two
guess
pair.
all his 10s and 9s were still there.
The flush for the
My preference would be, I was asking chat this yesterday, which they prefer, to know the actual percentages after the cards have been discarded, or the overall percentage like in any normal instance. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like the overall percentage
Break after
better.
this level. There is a break after this level.
Yeah, because it can be misleading otherwise.
Yeah, it's
Can be
more
misleading,
informative
so-
too. If people don't know the percentages or the percentages are, then you can
Yeah.
learn it by watching. But it's taking into consideration the discarded cards, they have like
yeah, I think he
weird
was called the
application.
blinds and
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah,
exactly.
like players might see ace king against 10s, and the 10s is a 60% favor because lots of ace and kings
Average is 1.5
are out, and
million.
they might think that's just generally true.
left.
Yesterday, King Queen was in against deuces with 61% pre-flop as well, so weird to see.
6 pass. Seven pass.
I played a thing called Face Up Hold'em once, where everybody's hands were face up, and keeping track of what cards you could still hit was a big thing. Because when somebody folded, their cards were turned face down, so you had to try and remember how many kings, queens, jacks, etc. were out there.
Sounds absolutely mental.
It was a mental game, yeah, and people didn't really adjust all that well because they were kind of just playing it like normal Hold'em, and you know they thought they had the price to chase, but they didn't really, because if you hit your draw, you're not getting paid, obviously, because everybody can see you've hit your draw, and you have to hit your draw on the next street, otherwise more money's going in. But people were adjusting very badly.
Yeah, it's good exercise actually. It's harder than it sounds. It's harder than it sounded when I played stud. Also, you have to keep track of all the cards everywhere, and it's like.
Yeah.
At the beginning,
Yeah,
it's quite easy, but when people fold and there's like 8 players and you have to keep track of like 20 cards, it's not that easy actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I made a video on the GG, what are they called, the flip and goes, and that's another game where you can see all the cards, and it kind of depends what cards are out, which discards you should make.
65,000. 8 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Oh, Jan van der Stroom with the ace jack in a small blind.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go, Jan. I'm secretly, I know we're supposed to be neutrals in here, but I'm starting to pick my horse already.
Yeah.
I think Jan van is my man.
Bob heads up.
Like him a lot. He avoids getting this in pre-flop.
Flopped a gut shot now, and the backdoor nut flush draw.
5 check. Seven bet 45,000.
Checking for that club again. See where it's gone.
Five call 45.
And there we go, he's picked up the nut flush draw.
And he could get a free card here also.
Yeah.
Quite likely.
Yeah, I think most likely yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
You get a queen.
Ooh.
Jack of clubs, that works also.
Ooh, what a river.
What a river.
Very unlikely to get any action, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty big too.
I think that's big, it looks like, yeah.
Way too big to get action.
300,000.
Yeah, he's gone over pot there.
7 pot.
Fausto makes the discipline fold.
Jan showing us he's not going to get it in with napkins pre-flop. If he's putting his tournament on the line, better be with the goods.
Yeah. Yeah, he played that very passively. He waited until he hit a really strong hand and then he overbet it. So clearly he values his tournament life a lot.
Oh, betting is fine in that spot though. I think it's good. If he does it with some bluff sometimes too, it's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Dutchies like to overbet. From my experience. See Mowgli open up the King Jack. Nine's probably going to flat the cutoff here, but let's see.
4-8. 155.
But I guess we have seen, now this is his third raise pre-flop, so really a strategy of his.
6 plus. 7 plus. 2 plus.
As we see, he denies a lot of equity from players behind the original raiser, folds 2 overs. They are the merits to the 3-bet. Obviously some downsides to it as well.
I mean, we lost one player, right?
Yeah, we should see on the graphic soon. Yeah, looks like they moved a player away, so we must be down to 21. Yep, there it is confirmed. 21 players left.
2 plus. 3 plus. 4 plus. 5 raise. 65.
Let's go, Jan. Opens up the cutoff with the ace-3 suited. 65. Fredo with a decision. Very tempting to see a flop. A pretty hand, as we know, but the stack's just not ideal.
Yeah, yeah, they're just not quite deep enough.
7 pass.
Oh. Oh, is Zoran going to make it 170k? No, of course. Jan picking it up. Raise and take it.
Bird says in the chat, seems as if they're all starting to play super tight, waiting for the ticket. Yeah, the ticket may already be a factor, with over half the field remaining now getting that 10k ticket. It'll certainly be in all their minds now.
Yeah, and rightly so too.
Yeah.
It does change the dynamic massively.
Yeah, it makes for a much bigger pay jump, right?
Yeah,
Pay
huge
jump
pay
is
jump.
Pay jump is usually not that big.
Yeah.
Just buying tournaments, right? So the pay jump is much bigger than it. So the bubble factor is pretty huge. And
Yeah, yeah. 13th basically gets 10,250, and 12th gets more than double that. So it's a pretty big, unusually big pay jump at that point.
7 pass.
Yeah, the next biggest pay jump would be 6th to 5th. After that,
yeah, wow.
so
That's pretty sick.
that's very understandable.
Yeah,
that they play much tighter.
what if they had the 10 tickets, like everyone had an envelope, and when you bust them, you get the envelope, and a lot of them are empty, but 10 of them have the ticket.
So like
Maybe
a
they could do that
mystery,
as well.
a mystery ticket giveaway. And is that for everybody in the tour, and Sven, or just past a certain point?
I think.
Because otherwise it's
Yeah, good
essentially just a
question.
raffle. Essentially, if it's everyone, essentially it's just a raffle. So
Yeah, which could still work, which could add some value to the tournament, get some.
yeah,
Maybe a lot of players will justify the buy-in. They'll say, "Oh, can win that ticket even first level."
One race, 75,000.
As we pick up the action, Zoran, our Serbian friend, raising up the button.
But they ran into a big hand. Bad timing.
Yeah.
for him.
yeah, he's quite shallow to be opening 10-8 offsuit here, and he's going to get the bad news.
Yeah, we're leaving here on his sizing.
It looks like the big blind is quite deep with him, so can't really jam. The big blind had 600k also. It's kind of like an easy jam. What do we see here? Maybe like
250.
200.
More 270.
2 race.
Pretty big.
260.
260.
260, and no decision for the 10-8. And you can see at the top of the screen there, we've ticked down from 21 to 20, so we are getting nearer to that redraw. And we're going on a break here. We'll be back in 13 minutes.
Yeah, I'll catch you after, guys.
See you guys.
You bye.
easy under the lights and cameras.
I do recognize Marioni as well, but being that he's playing under a nickname, we will not reveal his real name here on the stream. And right away we see a jam here by Illy. It seems more than fine. About 14 big blinds, jamming the ace-queen. But unfortunately for him, look at this. Very first hand, we have Besnik waking up with the rockets.
Wow. Januszewski, really unfortunate here to run into the blades.
And we have... Okay, that was Besnik. He's going to need a miracle to get through this.
Want to see the bad news?
Stats show about 6%. Miracles can happen now.
Are we going to see a sweat? Let's see.
I'm already sweating.
As we know, never easy in this game. Always some sort of sweat.
And while we're waiting for the flop turn and river to be dealt, we see players just dropping out of the field. Down to 136. Once again, it's 71 players in the money. So getting closer and closer to bubble time. And here we go, 2 spades. So what happened? It was ace-10, not ace-queen. So that's been corrected.
I see.
Does change things a little bit.
And we do see a
Backdoor.
backdoor flush.
Oh.
Oh my lord.
Wow. Now he has Besnik drawing to 1 out.
This is just sick.
Went from being 6% to win the hand to 97% and a 6 of spades. Gets the double for Illy. Besnik stacking.
That is
take
some
too
pure
much of a
joy.
hit, but you can't blame him at all.
I don't think I've seen a man happier all year.
Besnik does not look like he's very happy though.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's the GTO way. So if you prescribe the GTO, for sure there's one way to play, but then you have to assume that the other players are playing GTO as well, or adjusting your ranges for that, so it gets a bit tricky even with GTO.
Yeah, even the most hardcore GTO guys, even the most hardcore GTO guys will like disagree on how much they should deviate based on like how people are playing. So it's nothing's ever black and white in this game.
Is he gonna flat or a 3-bet? It looks like a flat maybe. No, it is a 3-bet. There were some more chips I didn't see. Oh my!
Oh,
Look at
Lord.
this. Sergey with the Cowboys. It looks like we have to wait for Marcel to pull this Jack 9 before we see what Sergey will do, but I don't think we're going to see a flat here.
Oh my God. He is loving it with the kings. Little does he know. Could be the end of the road. What a disaster for Sergey here.
Because even if he puts Nedelko on a tight range, you know, he still has these ace queen, ace king, jacks, queens, tens. You shouldn't be too scared by that 3-bet when you have the second best hand. That should at least get Alexei out of the way. And snap shove by Nedelko, snap call by Sergey, or not yet?
Yeah, the money's in, it looks like, and you gotta feel for Sir Svensson over there.
A massive
Battled.
591,000 pot.
And this man has battled his heart out. Such a raw style of playing. Really enjoyable to watch. Is he going to hit the 2-outer for all the chips?
Or maybe some clubs, maybe 4 clubs on the board. There's a club out the window. Oh my.
Wow,
It
that's
was
a
neither,
great
but
club.
a queen or a king, and the tables have turned, and it'll be Nedelko out on the rail.
And he's even more live than normal. As we can see, the discounted cards are taken into consideration with the percentages. Wow, really comes to life on this flop. The deuce deflates him. Oh, he couldn't get there.
Nedelko breathing a sigh of relief.
Yes,
Sergey's
massive
going to have
relief.
to mount a comeback, though. He's down to just 2 big blinds.
Race.
Fold. Hero call.
Hero call.
All in. Beer.
Coffee in the morning and beer during the day.
Coffee. Coffee. I don't drink beer.
Coffee. Okay, jacks.
Checks. Ace king. Jack jack.
Jack Jack. Cash game.
Tournament. Cash game. Tournaments.
Tournament.
Phil Hellmuth.
Both of them.
Bust Phil Hellmuth.
Tony G. Bust them both in the same hand.
WSOP title.
WSOP. WSOP.
WSOP.
WSOP title.
Small talk.
Small talk. Small talk. Small talk. Bluff. Daniel Negreanu.
Phil Ivey.
Phil Ivey.
Daniel Negreanu. Both.
Title once.
Title.
Title.
Title once. Title win.
To know the board cards to come.
My opponent card.
To know the board pre-flop.
To know my opponent's cards. I don't want any superpower. Being bullied.
To be the bully.
Being bullied. I don't like bullies, so I'm a gentleman.
I don't like any of them.
Ooh, that's a good one. Top manager.
Top manager.
Top manager.
Top manager.
Manager.
Kings or kings? Kings.
Kings or kings? Kings.
Kings or kings? Red kings. I guess both. Kings.
Of course, 1 year without poker.
Okay. That's a trick question. Clearly 1 year without poker. No, both every day, if it's possible.
1 year without sex.
Kings.
see Sergey's stack there. Just over a big blind. I mean, all he needs, winning one all in would have him 5 big blinds more, something like that. Maybe less, 4.5.
I think we'd both like to see him mount this comeback.
For sure.
Uncle, let's see if he jams in with a 10.5 big blinds. He's on the button. I think Sven would like to see a raise. I wouldn't mind seeing a jam.
Exactly right, yeah. I guess so. Getting closer to the money, you definitely want to do less of the fancy kind of min-raisey inducing stuff. Yeah, and this ace-8 suited is, I mean, it's a call in you know, if you were to ask a lot of professionals, they're probably going to say they're going to call in this spot. Be a very impressive fold. He'd have to be identifying that the button is just jamming way tighter than he should. If you did want to get away. Yeah, just a cooler. 10 bigs on the button. You're going to be ahead of a lot of stuff. Ace-8 of diamonds. Very hard to get away from.
Uncle, a 3-1 favorite to double up here with this ace-queen suited.
Welcome back. This is WSOPC 2022 Spring Edition. We're at King's Casino in Rozvadov, and it's day 3 of the main event. Good to have you back, everyone. My name is Sven McDermott. I'm with the legendary Dara O'Kearney in the booth. You good, Dara?
I'm good, yeah. Very good. And are we joined by Elkie still?
I'm still here, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say goodbye. I would not leave without saying goodbye.
I thought that was a wind up there.
I have some manners.
Yeah.
And it's final 20 players now?
Down to 20, indeed. And we have a new feature. Or do we? No, we don't. No, sorry. Same feature table. Spread of stacks. Couple of guys under 20 big blinds. 3 players between 25 and 40, and then 2 bigger stacks. Looks like there might be a slight delay getting underway here.
When's the last time you guys have been to King's?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's too long. If you can answer, that's too long.
Yeah, it was definitely before the lockdown.
Oh, they made a lot of changes now. It's really good. I did like a really nice shisha lounge and like lounge and
oh wow,
and a shop, and it's really great.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's always been a great venue inside. It feels really nice, but yeah, I think it was probably a Party Millions event. Maybe was my last one, whenever that was.
Yeah, that was a while ago. I think I probably was there too, but I don't know. I don't remember when that was.
Yeah,
too long ago.
I have a confession to make, guys. I've never been to King's yet.
Yeah, yeah. You can always change that.
Yeah, yeah. I guess it's a long way from Cambodia.
Yeah, it's kind of far, I guess. But you come back to Europe sometimes, right?
Yep, that's for sure. And next time I come back, trip to King's is well due.
Yeah.
Especially after seeing the casino with all this footage. Definitely has given me an itch.
Oh, it's a
Take
beautiful
trip over
casino.
there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful casino. It really is.
Are you guys here?
Yeah, we're here.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, my sound dropped.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the audio from the table is
Oh, I think
quite
also.
quiet now.
Yeah, I think there might be problems there. Hopefully everybody can hear us. So we have some button versus big blind action here.
And we saw this before with Lucas having a straight draw on a monotone flop. It's just tricky to continue. You hit
Yeah.
your straight, it can always be, you can always just still be dead even if you get there.
Yeah, yeah.
Only-
And in the last
only
example we
3
saw, he
clean
actually
outs.
was dead. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll have to start playing. Do they run satellites on GG for King's events? I'm pretty sure they do. I'll have to
Yeah,
start
they
playing.
do. They're gonna run for the WSOP Europe for sure.
Well, I'll have to start playing them, I guess.
Yeah.
Then you'll see me in King's.
Yeah.
Alfredo with the King Jack suited under the gun. Been seeing a lot of him in the mix.
Yeah. Yeah. Part of that is he has been dealt a lot of premiums, but he's definitely not afraid to get involved.
Jan the man in the big blind. Will he defend the 8-7? Nope. Keeping it solid. We get to see what Zoran has. It's the ace-deuce of spades, which he sends in the middle. 14 bigs.
Coming from quite early position.
Yeah, pretty low at this stage, I think.
Yeah, it's quite nuanced. Maybe for someone learning their push-shove ranges a lot, it seems a little loose, but
Yeah,
hard to really know
especially loose at
these-
this stage of the tournament, I think. Early on, it's
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to
The
work more
upside
now
isn't-
for sure. Yeah. But gets
yeah,
it
it's
through this
actually
time.
gonna work more often now. It's gonna work more often now, also, of course, because I think.
Yeah,
people
it'll
are
work more
expecting
often, but
to-
it's more
expecting
disastrous
to be strong.
when it
Yeah,
doesn't. We have a question in the chat from Nova Driver. Hello guys, practical question. Is there a shuttle service between Prague Airport and Rozvadov? Well, there certainly was the last time I was there. I presume it's
Yeah,
still
they
the
arrange
case.
one. They arrange one for those events for sure.
Yeah.
We'll go splits on one Nova driver. We'll go splits on a taxi, mate.
I actually guess, yeah, I'm looking at his name again. I guess it's No Bad River. I don't know why I read that as No Bad Driver.
Oh yeah, there we go. I see that a lot on Twitch.
Yeah. And here we have action. Zoran is all in with the King 10 suited, and he's run into a hand he's in bad shape against. And again, the percentages there reflect, obviously, a lot of the cards that have been folded. Normally the King 10 would be a bit better than 22%.
And for Fausto now, if he does lose this, if he watches it back and then sees the percentages, it's nearly even worse, isn't it?
It's more tilting, yeah.
Yeah.
If he loses now, it's really tilting. 92%. Yeah, there's only 110 left. That's why those percentages are the way they are. He's actually got more outs now because he's picked up all the queens, but not to be.
Yeah, we lose the one. No miracle this time.
So we lose around
work
in
most
90.
of the time, but when you get called, you're pretty close.
Yeah, when you get called, you're going to be in really bad shape with that type of hand. You're hoping for ace queen or a pair. So we lose him in 19th. He wins €7,138, and of course that does move all the players closer to those 10k WSOP main event tickets. 12 of the remaining 19 players will now receive those ticket in addition to that whatever prize they receive.
Good game from Zoran, the Serbian guy who just busted. Quite strong player on the deep stack. But definitely wasn't a pushover. Was playing some nice poker yesterday. Definitely impressed on several occasions. So GG to him.
Indeed.
See, Anuro, spicy player, opens the ace-10 suited in the hijack.
Nice hand to look down at this point. Looks like this is going to get through. The 9-5 off is not going to defend.
So what's your go-to on the table, lads? What do you order from the waitress or waiter? What drinks do you go for?
I don't know. I get mostly green tea. I think green tea and water. Pretty boring.
I was literally about to say I think Elky's a green tea man.
Yeah.
I was thinking one of you guys were going to say green tea.
Yeah, and it wasn't going to be me. I do drink a lot of water at the table, and I drink coffee as well.
Yeah.
And then usually mostly in Vegas where I have trouble sleeping sometimes at the end of a day, I order one beer about 30 minutes before the end of play, just to help me get to sleep quicker.
Makes sense. The large bottle of San Pellegrino is a nice option.
Yeah.
Keeps you going for a while.
Yeah.
As we see Alfredo looking interested with the ace-10. Not interested enough. No, on to Tom, who also has nothing, and Anuro takes down another one.
Yeah, he's the player who's opening the widest for sure. He's not afraid to open anything reasonable from almost any seat, and given how the rest of the table is playing, that's working for him.
What's up, Bandit Country 32 in the house?
Oh, indeed.
Hello, mate.
A name I know well.
Another one that could go either way for Alfredo. King 10 off in the hijack.
Yeah.
Lets it go. Mine's up to 40k now. Definitely going to see a lot of swings.
Yeah.
Getting chunky. He does go for the raise here. We saw him go for the 10-5 raise earlier, and I don't think this is the right player type, though, right? To overfold.
Right customer. I don't think so. No, it was working before, or at least he thought it was, because he thought he was up against a player who was more playing tighter and straightforward. But Anuro, as I just said, is the player who has opened the widest on the table, and usually players who open wide also defend pretty wide.
Also not afraid to 3-bet small.
Yeah.
3-bet in general. He does call.
Oh, the Queen 7 has got there.
Wow, what a turn for...
What a turn. He's literally got him drawing dead now.
We're interested to see, does he check again? He doesn't.
No, he's trying to get some value now. He figures in Euro it might be just trying to get the showdown.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to let him take a free card with some straight draws, even as weak as like 6-4 or 10-6.
Yeah. Yeah, those hands will call now, but they won't call river. This is a pretty non-believing float here.
Wow.
Doesn't even have a club.
Yeah, that's a...
Oh, he's...
I mean, he did better very small.
He's raised.
Oh, he raised.
Oh, he's raised? Wow.
Yeah, raising is better, actually. I mean,
yeah, raising is obviously
not
better,
It's
yeah.
obviously not going to work, but it's better.
Yeah. It's a super small raise as well.
I think he's okay. I think he just happened not to be okay this time, but...
He just ran into it, yeah.
Would be nice to have a club, of course.
That's one of the few rivers that Tom won't have wanted to see, but he is still good, obviously.
Yeah, it's hard for Anoro to really rep much.
Yeah, I don't
here.
think he has an eight too much, actually. He would have
He doesn't
bet
have
the
an
flop
eight.
a lot, so...
Exactly.
He could have, I don't know, he could have some duos and some clubs maybe. But
I feel like some flushes will check back now also for Anoro.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
Tom
I
thinks
bet.
just a Neuro is so aggressive that he is going to bluff far too much in this spot.
yeah, bluff. And Tom wins a pretty sizable pot.
Yeah, Neuro lost half his stack on that adventure.
The turn was okay. I think the river was a bit ambitious, but...
Yeah.
Marv257 in the chat saying Anoro is king. King of the floats.
Yeah, he's certainly been the action player on the table so far. Loosest pre-flop and post-flop as well, as we just saw there.
I admire a player who just does like to hit that raise button. I get constantly just too underwhelmed by players who aren't hitting the raise button enough, so it is refreshing to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to make sure not to eat too much, right?
Yeah.
It's not good not to eat enough, but it's also not good to eat too often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very fine line here.
So yeah, I'm defending the Queen 10 of clubs here. Flops backdoors. Fausto has the best hand right now. There he goes, check, check. Oh no, sorry, Fausto still has the option, yeah. And he bets and gets the fold. So you see there in the rankings on the table, Anuro is now the short stack with 12 big blinds. Jan, the man, doesn't have much more than that. We still have Alfredo and Molly in the 25 to 40
Yeah,
big blind
Fausto and
zone.
Dom are in a very good spot now because they can pressure pretty much everyone at the table.
Yeah, yeah, especially with those tickets looming.
Goes for the 12 big blind jam on the button with the 10-9 off an euro.
Yeah, he's gonna make the best hand forward.
Yeah. Alfredo in the small blind here with Jack 10. Very nice hand in this spot. Let's see what he decides to do with it. Wow. Just folded.
Gives him the walk, eh?
It's a walk, yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised to see that.
Yeah.
It's good to be chip leader.
Maybe he just hates that hand, you know. Some people are like that. They just don't like a Jack 10.
Yeah. Or maybe he hates the fact he's got a 4 million stack in the big blind and just doesn't want to get involved, so he's tightened right up. For whatever reason, he did find the fold, and he might also be thinking, if I tighten up here, there's a very good chance I can get one of those 12 tickets. Because they are only 6 away from those now. This is a great time for Fausto. Fausto would really put down the hammer now.
But he's limping the small blind here.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'd definitely be going for a raising strategy now at this point, because you're just going to get so many folds from the guys who are trying to hang on for the tickets. But he's flopped very well. Flush draw. King high is still good as well.
Check. 2 check.
Fausto feeling like there's not much reason to bet, although decides to bet on the turn to... Oh, he goes very big, yeah. Starts to apply massive pressure to 7x and 4x, or immediately fold out some king highs that are ahead or chop.
Yeah. Yeah, once the big blind checks the flop there, I guess he just doesn't have a very strong hand very often, and he's going to fold almost everything to that bet on the turn.
Yeah, very likely. The only thing you could have is a queen, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. unless he's hit the turn specifically.
Not really a Noro's style to just open jam this one. Let's see what he comes with.
Yeah.
It does seem like he is considering it. No.
He's going to be on raising chips.
What did Tom open? Do you see Tom's hand?
He's under the gun, I believe, or...
Oh yeah, okay, never mind.
Yeah, Tom's in the big blind, yeah.
Under the gun, so he's...
yeah, open jamming is okay, but I think raising is actually better.
Yeah.
Especially if people are not like gonna free bet very creatively, then it's fine.
Yeah.
And it's also why I like his ace-10 suited min raise from cutoff earlier. Like if people are going to play very ABC, you can get away with this stuff. And we also want to protect the times where got maybe the ace-10 off or the king-10 off or the weak stuff.
Yeah, particularly in Euro, because he is opening all that stuff, so ace-queen off is a stronger hand for him than it would be for a lot of people in this spot. But Tom is going to defend the king-jack. And there we go. Something for everyone.
And I never enjoy second pair on an ace-high board.
No, no. Wow.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
I mean,
just decided. Yeah, and he gets
being
shown the
results
ace.
bias maybe, but
very good.
Yeah, can we?
Yeah.
Can we think of many?
Ace of file.
I mean, I guess we dominate some of the gut shots that a Noro could have.
Yeah, I think it's kind of similar to that
shape.
spot we talked about earlier, where if you have a pair on a king queen X board, it might be the best hand a lot of the time, but even when it's the best hand, it's still going to be very hard to get to showdown and win.
Yeah.
Against somebody as aggressive as a Neuro, I think he just didn't fancy it. He thought, if I call the flop, he's going to bet the turn nearly always, and my hand doesn't improve very much.
Yeah, makes sense.
6 pass, 7 pass. 2 pass.
Tom could go for the raise.
3 raise, 105.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah, he's been doing this consistently. Just raising, pretty much auto raising from this the small blind. It's going to work on this occasion. Yeah.
Yeah, he reminds me of someone who has I'm not going to say who it is because you won't know them, but they're an online player, and I imagine Tom's an online player as well, and I imagine he's got this heavy, as we see, he's this heavy small blind raise strategy, and
yeah,
I think it's really good. It was a good time to see would he go for the 6-3 off there, because it works quite well against the shallower stacks, because as we know, people overfold in the big blind in those spots, but also when they're shallow, they don't want to get involved.
Yeah.
Maybe even stuff like Jack-7 off could fold in the big blind, or...
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. These things coming in out of fashion. Like we talked earlier about how if you go back 10, 15 years, almost nobody limped from the small blind. It was considered to be quite bad, and then suddenly people realized it's actually not bad, and everybody was limping from the small blind, and raising from the small blind almost went out of fashion. But I was talking, I was talking to Ape Styles about this last year, and Ape Styles reckoned that raising 3.5x from the small blind is a very, very profitable strategy now, because people have kind of forgotten how to play against it.
Yeah, no, and I was taught the same thing. I had a brief spell with Bit B at the time. It was Patrick Leonard's stable.
Yeah.
And he was just telling us time and time again that it was really good. And that was a few years ago now, but it always stuck with me. And when I see someone like Tom implement it, definitely makes me very interested. See how things develop. Like,
yeah.
But obviously 6-3 off is a bit loose, but like there is some sweet ones, like especially the offsuit King X or offsuit Ace X, whatever you want to raise that's vulnerable to a hand like 10-7 off.
Yeah.
But can make 10-7 off just snap folds, then.
I'm short of you. Stand up. It was on me. Okay, you got me.
And a walk again. They're getting all walks. I can see where.
Yeah, you can see the tickets are really weighing heavily on these guys' minds now, because 2/3 of the remaining field are going to get a 10k ticket. Fausto, who's the really big chip leader, isn't really looking to take advantage of that.
Yeah, he could put a bit more pressure, I think.
He definitely could apply more pressure. Yeah, yeah. I think those guys are lucky Faustino is at the table and not Elke.
But it's understandable. The WSOP Europe is the biggest, most prestigious tournament in Europe and amazing event. So they all want to come back here for it in this fall.
Yeah, and in fact, you can see there we're down to 17 now, so we're actually only 5 away.
Yeah, and you have to remember it's a 1,700 buy-in here. The ticket is 10k buy-in, like it's
10k is just huge. Yeah, yeah,
absolutely massive for some of these guys.
Yeah,
another experience. In another
like
tournament.
even if you're one of the middling to big stacks here, you are kind of thinking, well, I really would like to lock up the ticket before I gamble.
7+.
Yeah, and this is why when Fausto limped the King Deuce suited, we kind of wish to see him bump it up there.
Yeah.
He's going to have his own reasons. I can't read his mind.
Yeah.
He went for the limp. It's going to be interesting to see how things develop. I do want to see this Tom guy on the FT to see how he navigates. I imagine he's the type to have a few tricks up his sleeve. Maybe do some half stacking, some of that modern meta.
Yeah, Tom is the one who's been the most creative so far, let's say.
Seems like a real purist of the game of no limit hold'em tournaments.
Winner for 10k.
4+. 5+. 6+.
Another good example. Let's see.
This time he's going for the raise, so he's mixing it up.
I think it's just a delayed effect.
Yeah, yeah. And we're getting nearer. As we get nearer and nearer, like if he had started this earlier, the guys would kind of know that he was doing it. But the fact they've seen him actually not go for it, straight out of the gate, he's going to get more respect now.
Yeah, and a similar concept. Andrea Ricci, previous champion of one of these events, previous ring holder, I believe. He had a big stack yesterday, and I was kind of wanting him to apply a little bit more pressure, but little did I know he was just waiting until the bubble was closer. And then he started changing gears, started to get a lot of respect. It was a real eye-opener to that. Really timing it right can make it much more effective. As we see Jan, the man with the aces in the hijack. Let's go.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, God.
Aces against aces.
That's crazy.
We're going to see... Are we going to see Alfredo bump it up to 200k here? Or what?
I'd like to see the best disappointment on their face when they're all in and cold and they show aces and they're not.
Yeah.
They're not afraid to
the
win.
disappointment.
They're gonna be, oh damn.
Fredo's second time with aces today. He did look down at the black aces very early on in the stream.
Yeah.
6 race. 205,000, 7 pass.
But as we saw Conor Drinan in that $1 million event, bust the aces versus aces.
Oh
all
yeah,
those years
it happens.
ago.
Yeah,
it does happen, and it is heartbreak.
Yeah. Yeah, I bubbled one of the first EPTs I played aces against aces as well, and yeah, now they both think they've got the other guy. And there it is. There's the reaction.
I have seen aces that lose with the
Yeah,
flush.
I know, yeah.
And I guess because of the cards that have
But you
been
sucked a lot.
discarded,
So you're thinking if,
Alfred is
you
actually a
want
very
to
slight
call it
favourite,
after
so I guess there's more spades and diamonds out there.
And he's instant color though.
Let's see, is there a sweat?
Oh.
Diamond.
Oh.
Diamond.
I-
Oh, now there's a 6 sweat.
Oh, wow, sick, yeah.
No.
Oh my god.
I don't
Look at
want to
this,
see
he's-
this, honestly.
I haven't the shoes enough.
He's 70%
Oh,
now.
20%, 21%, I think.
Yeah.
If there are no...
I cannot help it.
This is horrible if it happens.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
that's
no.
so sick.
That's horrible. And a man. I wasn't joking when I said I was rooting for like
Sacrifice,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I will believe you, Sven. That was
Yeah,
horrible.
honestly. Yeah,
Such
very,
a,
very friendly dude.
Such a sick game.
Redraw.
And we're going to have the redraw, it looks like. We are down to 16.
L'ho detto prima, ho detto c'è il
che mi
pericolo
sono-
di flash. T'ho detto
At least it
bene.
wasn't on the river.
C'è il pericolo di flash, c'è il
Kinda like
pericolo
Big
che
Pain.
si perde lo stesso con flash e mi è venuto. Pazzesco.
I'm just kidding, guys. That's brutal. We did get
Quando ho
word
girato
that
l'asso pensavo
Josef
che aveva
Gulas,
asso K, non l'ho messo.
Josef Gulas eliminated an 18th. He was the guy I was alluding to who was playing very spicy. He was he cold 4-bet jammed ace queen off. He 3-bet king 9 off, cut off versus low jack. Both plays got through. So sad to see him go in 18th. GG to Josef Gulas. Believe he
I
won
guess
$1 million euros in Kings last year. Not sure the exact event, but
All right, very good.
But yeah, a man who had experience in these events before. GG Josef, and GG Jan the man in 17th. Brutality.
Indeed. We're going on a break. We'll be back in just over 14 minutes.
See you guys. But it's never easy under the lights and cameras.
I do recognize Marioni as well, but being that he's playing under a nickname, we will not reveal his real name here on the stream. And right away we see a jam here by Illy. Seems more than fine. About 14 big blinds, jamming the ace queen. But unfortunately for him, look at this. Very first hand, we have Besnik waking up with the Rockets.
Wow. Januszewski really unfortunate here to run into the blades.
And we have... Okay, that was Besnik. He's going to need a miracle to get through this.
Gonna see the bad news.
Stats show about 6%. Miracles can happen now.
Are we going to see a sweat? Let's see.
I'm already sweating.
As we know, never easy in this game. Always some sort of sweat.
And while we're waiting for the flop turn and river to be dealt, we see players just dropping out of the field. Down to 136. Once again, it's 71 players in the money. So getting closer and closer to bubble time. And here we go, 2 spades. So what happened? It was ace-10, not ace-queen. So that's been corrected.
I see.
Does change things a little bit.
And we do see
Backdoor.
a backdoor flush.
Oh!
Oh my lord.
Wow. Now he has Besnick drawing to 1 out.
This is just sick.
Went from being 6% to win the hand to 97% and a 6 of spades. Gets the double for Illy. Besnick stacked.
That is some pure joy.
Hit, but you can't blame him at all.
I don't think I've seen a man happier all year.
Besnick does not look like he's very happy though.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's the GTO way. So if you prescribe the GTO, for sure there's one way to play, but then you have to assume that the other players are playing GTO as well, or adjusting your ranges for that, so it gets a bit tricky even with GTO.
Yeah, even the most hardcore GTO guys, even the most hardcore GTO guys will like disagree on how much they should deviate based on like how people are playing. So it's nothing's ever black and white in this game.
Is he gonna flat or a 3-bet? It looks like a flat maybe. No, it is a 3-bet. There were some more chips I didn't see. Oh my!
Oh,
look at
Lord.
this. Sergey with the Cowboys. It looks like we have to wait for Marcel to pull this Jack-9 before we see what Sergey will do, but I don't think we're going to see a flat here.
Oh my God. He is loving it with the kings. Little does he know. Could be the end of the road. What a disaster for Sergey here.
Because even if he puts Nedelko on a tight range, you know, he still has these ace-queen, ace-king, jacks, queens, tens. You shouldn't be too scared by that 3-bet when you have the second best hand. That should at least get Alexei out of the way. And snap shut by Nedelko, snap call by Sergey, or not yet?
Yeah, the money's in, it looks like, and you got to feel for Got a feel for Sir Svensson over there.
A massive
Battled.
591,000 pot.
And this man has battled his heart out. Such a raw style of playing. Really enjoyable to watch. Is he going to hit the 2-outer for all the chips?
Or maybe some clubs, maybe 4 clubs on the board. There's a club out the
You know,
window. Oh my.
Wow,
It
that's
was
a
neither,
great
but
club.
a queen or a king. And the tables have turned, and it'll be Nedelko out on the rail.
And he's even more live than normal. As we can see, the discounted cards are taken into consideration with the percentages. Wow, really comes to life on this flop. The deuce deflates him. Oh, he couldn't get there.
Nedelko breathing a sigh of relief.
Yes,
Sergey's
massive
going to have
relief.
to mount a comeback, though. He's down to just 2 big blinds.
Race.
Fold. Hero call.
Hero call.
All in. Beer.
Coffee in the morning and beer during the day.
Coffee. Coffee. I don't drink beer.
Coffee. Okay, jacks.
Checks. Ace king.
Jack, jack.
Jack, jack. Cash game.
Tournament.
Cash game.
Tournaments.
Tournament.
Phil Helmut.
Both of them.
Bust Phil Helmut.
Tony G. Bust them both in the same hand.
WSOP title.
WSOP.
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 WSOP title.
Small talk.
Small talk.
Small talk. Small talk.
Bluff. Daniel Negreanu.
Phil Ivy.
Phil Ivy.
Daniel Negreanu. Both.
Title once.
Title.
Title.
Title once. Title win.
To know the board cards to come.
My opponent card.
To know the board pre-flop.
To know my opponent's cards. I don't want any superpower.
Being bullied.
To be the bully.
Being bullied. I don't like bullies, so I'm a gentleman.
I don't like any of them.
Ooh, that's a good one. Top manager.
Top manager.
Top manager.
Top manager.
Manager.
Kings or kings? Kings.
Kings or kings? Kings.
Kings for kings? Red kings. I guess both.
Kings.
Of course, 1 year without poker.
Okay. That's a trick question. Clearly 1 year without poker. No, both every day, if it's possible.
1 year without sex.
Kings.
As you see Sergey's stack there. Just over a big blind. I mean, all he needs, winning 1 all in would have him 5 big blinds more, something like that. Maybe less, 4.5.
I think we'd both like to see him mount this comeback.
For sure.
Uncle, let's see if he jams in with a 10.5 big blinds. He's on the button. I think Sven would like to see a raise. I wouldn't mind seeing a jam.
Exactly right, yeah. I guess so. Getting closer to the money, you definitely want to do less of the fancy kind of min-raisey inducing stuff. Yeah, and this ace-8 suited is, I mean, it's a call in you know, if you were to ask a lot of professionals, they're probably going to say they're going to call in this spot. be a very impressive fold. He'd have to be identifying that the button is just jamming way tighter than he should. If you did want to get away. Yeah, just a cooler. 10 bigs on the button. You're going to be ahead of a lot of stuff. Ace eight of diamonds. Very hard to get away from.
Uncle, a 3-1 favorite to double up here with this ace queen suited. He does not want to see any diamonds out of the window. Does not want to see an 8. And there's a diamond straight out of the window.
Oh wow! And this was the guy who was complaining that he keeps chopping these pots. And there we see a paired board.
You think it's going to happen again? You think we're going to see a turn of a 3?
I think it's
or
7-7.
maybe a diamond for a sweat. Oh.
Okay. Oh wow.
You shouldn't have been complaining about the chops, Uncle. But he can still hit
the table. He's going to flip the table over. He is going to be fuming.
What can I do? Okay, good.
Right. Unfortunate, Uncle. I like the shove. You know, even if you raise there, it's probably turning out to be the same.
Okay, is he going to throw a chair?
Can do there.
No, handling himself quite well. No tantrums.
I think only Phil Hellmuth can do things like throw a chair and not get in trouble for it.
Great.
I think even though a lot of people can relate,
Side of the table, Leon, Pablo, and Dida. All these three.
So welcome back to day 3 of the WSOPC main event from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, the centre of European poker. Before the break, you saw we were down to 16 players, so we did a redraw. My name is Darrow Carney. I am joined by the absolutely legendary Elke, Bertrand Gros-Pellier, and also Sven, who is a bit of a Twitch legend.
Hey, hi, Darrow.
Guys.
So here was
16, right? 16 last
yeah,
player.
down to 16. Two tables left, 2 tables of 8. You can see this is the table that we're going to be looking at. We've seen some of these players, some of them we haven't seen yet. And it's getting super, super interesting now because we are only 4 away from those 12 tickets to the WSOPE main event.
And we see the players really starting to knit it up in some spots now.
Yeah.
As they're just trying to secure that €10,000 ticket for the WSOPC main event.
Yeah, there's a lot of money up top, obviously, but this is kind of starting to play a little bit like a satellite now. It's this added dimension of the 12 added tickets, which are actually significant in terms of the prize pool. It's about roughly 125,000 of the prize pool is in those tickets. Actually,
Yeah. And we discussed earlier that the jump from 13th to 12th is the same size as the pay jump from 6th to 5th. So that's the kind of stuff we're dealing with right now as we see our Serbian friend back in the table and Nedeljko back in the mix on the feature also.
It looks like he's lost a lot of chips since we saw him last. He's down to 860k now.
I like this guy's name, Templar.
Templar, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Templar plays good, tough player. Saw him play a lot yesterday.
And Lucas, who was impressive last time we saw him, finds 10s immediately on the button. And Luke has a lot of chips. It'd be interesting to see if he wants to try and apply pressure now with that mini bubble coming up. Yeah. He's reaching for chips.
How much is it?
Let's see how Lucas reacts with that ticket bubble we've been talking about.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
Okay,
and there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's having none of it.
And there's my answer.
Yeah, little bit of a posture there to pretend he might have had a hand, but he does fold pretty quickly.
Yeah, it would have been quite a big adjustment to not go all in there with the tens.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're certainly not folding and then flatting against a very aggressive player who's just going to go bet, 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 baby. Tens is not the kind of hand you necessarily want to hang on with unless you've hit your set along the way. Yeah, Mowgli folds this. That really shows that they are tightening up. He was opening those kinds of hands earlier. Wow, this is loose.
Yeah, Lucas does like to open it up. We saw a couple of aggressive button opens. He likes to get in the mix. He likes his late position.
Yeah, and having put all the chips in the middle last time, he's already sent a message that he's not afraid to play for stacks.
I'm all in.
And unfortunately, he runs into it in the big blind.
Yeah,
20
blind
big
is also
blind.
not afraid. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe Najelko's been listening to us.
Yeah, he's played a lot differently today from the way you say he played yesterday, so I guess he adjusted overnight.
Yeah, or like you say, maybe his friends were having a go at him.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time. People see me on a live stream and I'm mostly folding and I get a lot of abuse afterwards.
Templar with the sixes. 40 bigs.
Yeah, it's awkward with aggressive players behind and effective ICM. These types of hands really go down in value.
Yeah. Actually quite a aggressive line up there with the cutoff and the button.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have a good seat. He's going to Murderer's Row there. And Gregor as well. Gregor we saw earlier on the first session played really, really well.
Yep. The Julian Martini look-alike.
Yeah. Yeah.
All in.
Ooh. These guys are not... They're not afraid to send the chips in.
9 stoji nešto. Malo
Easy
previše.
fold for the sixes. The ace 10 now needs to work out what price he's getting. He's getting almost 2-1.
850.
He's going to be dominated so much here though. Ace 10 is really not a hand you like in this spot.
These guys were playing with each other on the other table when we were on the feature, and
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, his stand on the button is really strong, right? If he's been opening a lot, and they've been playing it with each other, then
Yeah, he
Yeah.
flatted the early position raise with the sixes, so it's slightly different from. I mean, the shoving range is tighter, let's say, because he had to worry about the early position player as well. But I think this is purely just the price he's getting 2-1, but he has decided he's just going to be dominated far too much there.
We saw
yeah,
similar one when he had the king 9 off versus the king jack
That's right,
off
and
earlier, which is
he let that one go as well, getting 2-1. So he's not afraid to fold when he's getting 2-1 if he has a hand he thinks he's dominated. I think if the sixes had folded there and he'd opened on the button, it'd be a very different spot, and we might have seen the call off.
I'm just surprised that he isn't identifying it. Like, I feel like it's like we're talking about Nedelko has played different ways. I feel like recently, over the last level or so, Nedelko has been playing looser, and that's why it was a tougher spot for him.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think he recognized that.
It's against yesterday's Nedelko. I mean,
yeah, you're just mucking ace-10 really quickly. So Lucas, who opened the queen 8 and got punished, now has 10s, much more legitimate hand.
He's so random.
Did you fold king queen there? Wow.
It's this is what we've been talking about. Like, we see some of these, and then we see the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Really, I think just a field player, or just a classic old field player. Just
yeah,
kind of
he's won 2 decent sized pots, and he's happy for now. Okay, so Nura's hit a pair, which could be trouble for him. He's a very different player. He's not afraid to put his chips in the middle.
It was king queen of diamonds, right?
He was king queen of diamonds, yeah. Yeah, so he would have been interested in this pot. Hands are going to bet now to deny equity. Maybe get a cry call out of a smaller pair.
Like to see another value bet from Lucas. See what he does versus a check.
Yeah, I would like to see a value bet there too. Yeah. I think you pretty much always have the best hand there, and you can get called by some hands that just don't think you might maybe have missed diamonds or something else.
Imagine value betting twice when you don't have top pair.
Yeah, Andrew is probably a good candidate to value bet against you because he will call more than some of the players, I think.
That's right, yeah, he's a lot stickier.
Gregor bumping it up in the hijack with the 8-6, ace-6 suited, excuse me.
Yeah, he's staying active. Manuro has the kind of hand he might decide is good enough to shove here against a fairly loose open.
What do we think about the flat here, guys, again? Or are we just going all in? Depends, I guess.
Three bet or I mean,
just flatting the small blind even.
Just calling.
I think with his stack size is not the greatest.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, bad timing for Anuro.
Bad timing. Although, given that it's ace queen he's up against, he's as live as he possibly can be, and an ace has been folded, so...
45%, pretty good.
Yeah, 45% as good as it gets when you have king jack.
Oh,
There's a lot of
when
time
you go in and you get overcalled by a big blind, that's
you're terrified of ace king, ace, yeah, or a bigger pair even. Ace queen is literally the hand you're hoping for. And the ace six would have got there, so he might have got called by the ace six and be out anyway.
You're gonna see some chop outs. No.
So now he needs a king or a jack, and or we will lose an euro. And there's no good. So we lose him in 16th place. He certainly brightened the feature table while he was on it. Played very, very aggressively. He goes out in 16th for €7,970.
Not against him, but yeah, I win.
You call it short stack.
I feel like if we see Luke Tong overtake the chip leader of the table, we'll see him start to open basically every hand. I think Fausto for the moment, applying some pressure here and there, but not full throttle at the moment.
Absolutely not, yeah. He's actually played his chip lead very, very conservatively compared to most players. And I think you're right, the player in second place there is much more likely to open. He basically came in here with the game plan of playing aggressive and 3-bet the 9-6 suited very first hand, but got it shoved back in his face. So he's kind of hunkered down for a while, maybe in reaction to that. He has seen also that a lot of the guys on the table are just not afraid to get their chips in. So this is the kind of thing they might tighten up significantly when they lose another player, and they're then literally only 2 away from the seats.
Yeah, especially if I mean, if people are extremely short like Anuro, they're just gonna get the chips in, so you can't be too aggressive. But if people are mid-dish stacks, it's even better actually to pressure them.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's a very good point. People often talk about bullying big stacks, bullying short stacks, but big stacks can't really bully short stacks all that much.
Yeah, you can't bully the shorter stack so much because if he's the shortest, he kind of has incentive to carry in anyway because he's most likely to bust next. So
absolutely, yeah, it's the medium stacks that you really can bully because they don't want to get it all in before the tickets are handed out.
Like Gregor, although he'll be reluctant to fold, but I think he will.
Yeah, no, he's
really
really
pretty open.
He's really going for it. Yeah, he's. I mean, this is definitely loose given the ICM of the situation, but he's going ahead. He's still opening a wide range. He has a mix of players behind now, and one of the guys who's most likely to play back at him has just left the table. So I think he thinks this is going to work enough for the time. The Jack-2 suited can defend this. When you cover the guy especially, you can apply a lot of pressure post-flop.
it will defend.
This is not a great board for the defender here. I think he might just give up on this one, and he does.
Yeah, I feel Gregor won definitely, who thinks he has somewhat of an edge over the rest of the field.
Yeah.
Time will tell how that plays out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he feels he has an edge post flop as well, and that they'll mostly play straightforward, not put him in too many difficult spots.
Yeah.
So when you open a hand like King 10, you're mostly hoping to steal the blinds, but you don't mind if the big blind defends and check folds as well. That's a very good outcome too. It's really just you don't want to be getting 3-bet too much. Templar is going to open the ace queen here, a legitimate hand. Stu with the hand made famous by Phil Hellmuth recently, but he lets it go. Lucas has a nice hand in the small blind.
Yeah, versus min raise, flat seems good. 3-bet definitely reasonable.
And that brings in the big blind as well. King 9 suited is type to hand that against wide ranges plays pretty well 3-way as well. So he moves into the lead on the flop. But Luke has the flush draw.
Dara, have you incorporated much leading from the small blind in these spots over various textures? I know it's kind of a modern thing.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I really
Creeping in.
haven't really looked into it enough. I do some leading from the big blind on boards where I have more straights.
7, 4, 5 or something.
Than the open, yeah, the raggy boards where you have all the straights and they don't. But I haven't really looked in enough. It's something I definitely need to investigate more. What about you?
I've looked into it, but I think I just have not been implementing it correctly. It's tricky.
Yeah.
There's some
Freeway
queen
spot
hijack
are
boards
pretty
you
tricky.
lead.
Freeway spot is always pretty tricky. Right?
3-way spots in particular,
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. And often from the small blind you are in a 3-way spot, so.
I think what I've been seeing every time I do lead, it's not getting credit.
Yeah.
And some of the other regs or my buddies are just raising me or just floating twice with some weak hands, and they're not really giving me credit because people like to check their kind of top of their range, I guess, in the small blind when they flop well.
Yeah.
And picking up the action, it does check around on the flop, and Lucas with the turn stab now, Templar with a decision.
Yeah.
Do you have something to add on that, Dara?
On the small blind stuff or the call
It's happy
here?
with, I mean, it's very good call. I think it's too many draws. He has overcard. And
Yeah.
There's so many draws that Lucas could lead on the turn. So.
Yeah. Now this is an interesting river because some of the draws get there obviously, but he's now hit top pair, so he's pulled ahead of a 9 specifically.
Also, hands like King Queen, Queen Jack, Lucas could have. He could have bet
Yeah.
turn and now check river. So like a mandatory value bet Templar decides.
Yeah, I think he has the ace of diamond and also.
He also has the ace of diamonds, yeah.
I think it's unlikely for Lucas to better flush draw, the backdoor flush draw and check the turn and check the river. It's just not the most common line, I guess. It happens, but it's not that frequent.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he's going to get the call here from the 9.
I think it's a little bit of frustration, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is a lot of the draws which call you on the turn have actually got their, not necessarily the draw, but the queen. Some of the
Yeah,
draws.
I mean, draw too. I think Templar could definitely have diamonds, and because there was backdoor diamonds too, right?
Yeah, there was backdoor diamonds as well, so you're not beating very much with your 9 on the end.
Mowgli with a pretty one. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, it looks like he's
Yeah.
gonna fold. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's gone right back
Mowgli.
into his shell.
Yeah. Also, I mean, I think it's a good. If you are playing tight, you can't really. It's okay to be aggressive on non-open pot, but when
Yeah.
players who are playing very tight and short stack are opening under the gun +1, it's fine to.
Yeah.
Fold his face or deal.
Yeah, and Mowgli already showed. He already folded a few spots, so his opponent's picking up that he's tightened up a little.
So he flops the 2 overs in the flush draw.
Pretty much a dream flop, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. This is a flop he doesn't hit all that much, having raised from there. But this is one of his best hands. Gone for the pretty small bet there, 80k into 220, and it's going to get the job done. He was ahead, obviously, but he still benefits from that fold. Drunken Fencer in the Twitch chat says Mowgli is a hell of a legend in Germany. So I guess he has some German fans watching.
Now just 3 players away from that €10,000 ticket that the final 12 will be guaranteed.
Yeah.
Along with the cash prize, of course.
Lukash has been the most active player at the table, but he's got some pretty good hand to play.
Also opened the Queen-8 off and the cutoff. Also went with the 10-8 offsuit on the button earlier. Likes to play. Yeah, Bass asking, where is Jan, the Dutch guy? Jan had a bit of a tragic incident. He ran the aces into the aces. Lost.
That was really brutal.
That was horrible, yeah. Yeah. He got 4 flushed. He was dead by the river. Templar picks up another hand. Brings it in for a min raise.
Seems like with these stacks we see a flat. Since they're quite equal.
Yeah. Gregor's got a nice hand as well and has 22 big blinds. There's 6.5 big blinds out there already. He does decide to call in position.
Oh wow!
Look at this!
What a
Look
spot!
at
What a
this.
spot!
Oh my god!
Oh
all in.
He's moved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
I had a
in.
feeling he was going to do that quickly.
Ace King covers everybody else, so he moves all in as well, I think.
Yeah, and it looks like if that's the case, if Templar moves all in, we're going to have a huge flip here.
Yeah,
Final
most likely
15.
gonna do it, but it's never feels good to have ace king here because you know your cards are
250.
your ace and kings are most likely some dead cards if you get caught in
Yeah.
spots, right?
1.3.
Yeah. There's a very good chance some of the other you're sharing cards with some of the other players, and you're up against a fairly big pair.
Like at
You'll
the
be a
very
bigger
least
dog
one,
than
most
usual.
likely two.
Yeah.
But what if... Does that not work both ways? I'm not sure how much substance there is to that. I never really... Like,
Well,
let's say
because if
somebody's
they show ace
folded a
king and
jack.
queens, like, I mean, it doesn't. It matters much more if you have ace king, I think.
But if
Yeah, there
everyone
is-
folded jack 10 suited behind, then your ace king is looking...
Because your opponent is gonna go in with like maybe ace queen plus and the pairs, and
Yeah.
and so if he has pairs, you're not. You're most likely to. The ace king is most likely to be at disadvantage when there's so much action.
Yeah.
And you can actually see just how much of a disadvantage it is. 70-30 in this case because of the other two players having aces.
Yeah, that's really sick.
The only one is left, yeah.
Yeah.
I still can fold because could have ace king or ace queen also as a all-in player, so.
Yeah, and there's a lot of dead money in the pot. So
Yeah, I still can fold, but it's just.
Yeah.
Templar hating life right now. Thinks he's got 6 outs. We know he's only got 3 outs.
Yeah.
4, right? Oh, 3? Yeah,
Four
was it
outs.
dead king too? I don't know. I didn't
The
like
graphic said there was a dead ace, but I didn't see the other ace being folded.
There was two dead aces and maybe one dead king, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Quite unfortunate for Templar. He's been playing quite solid. Not really any
Yeah.
mistakes. As what?
Yeah.
And then this.
1,285. 1,285. 85, right? I was hoping that when I saw ace king that some of you had aces, so
I had ace jack.
Eh?
Ace
You?
10.
Ah, no more aces.
Just as
No,
we're
I
talking
don't
about.
say anything.
Yeah, of course.
Not
Yeah,
during
Makarek
the-
in the chat says 3 dead aces. A guy folded ace 9
Thank
off
you.
under the gun +1.
Oh, sick.
all-
Okay.
yeah, so all the aces were gone. He was playing just his king.
I just wonder how often we see the flip of that. Let's say all the people who flat behind have like queen jack suited and 9s and 8s. Do we see the ace king with the 70% then?
No, but it doesn't matter. I don't think it works like that because you don't need to hit the queen to
Okay.
win, right? So I don't think it's it's as big of a difference if 2 queens are dead. You can check it, but I don't
But
think
just that it's more likely for you then to hit the ace or the king because a lot of the other cards have been folded, you know?
Yeah, but I think in flatting ranges in general, you will see more ace x than
Yeah,
in
more of the ace and
in-
king x, that's true.
than in random.
Yeah,
in
but
random
a lot of
ranges.
the boards like queens don't need to hit to win. Like
Yeah,
it's not
that's
it's not a huge
great.
difference for the queens.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, and when everybody folds, obviously people can be folding ace 9 off under the gun, like in that seat. But I think if everybody folds and then one guy shoves, you're much more likely to have more outs with your ace king, let's say.
I like ace king less now after today, I'll tell you that much.
oh, it always depends the action. Right? It depends the action, right? But when it's
Yeah.
4, like 1 raise, 2 calls, and 1 all in, it's not that great. But
Yeah.
Skiv83 says Sverko looks like Julian Martini. Lol, ask Elke. Yeah, Elke, I've said this already, but you don't.
yeah,
Julian
he does
Martini?
actually. I'm good friend with Julian Martini. Yeah. It does kind of look like him.
Yeah.
With 10 points more, or who has 10 points more, Julien or Rozvadov?
I don't want to say, but
You can say it's okay.
But yeah, I actually thought it was Julian at the start of the day. I had to correct myself 10 minutes later.
Yeah, you got Sven got very excited when he said he thought he saw Julian in the mix.
Yeah.
4 players to the flop, nice.
Wow, this is. Let's see if we get an action flop. And
Not bad.
yeah, we have a pair.
2 pair.
Sorry, top
two
two.
pair. Top 2 is pretty
Against pair and a gutter and a backdoor flush draw. Yeah, the under pair doesn't really like this, obviously, and the ace queen. But the other two guys will have interest in this pot.
Ace queen, I'm not sure. Actually, it looks pretty bad.
Yeah, ace queen on this board. I think 4-way. You're not really liking it.
1bet 180.
Luke Tong betting out his top 2 here.
Yeah, I guess he just doesn't want to check the round.
4 pass.
Yeah, the man with the decision.
Yeah, in position, completely different situation, but here Templar out of position. Probably still going to continue. Quite tricky though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tricky. A lot of bad turns. It kind of depends how much he thinks Luke can bar later on too, right? But you do this as a backdoor flush draw. That helps it a bit. That's a
Lead break on the turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the problems is how strong Luke Tong's range really is here.
Yeah.
Not sure how
'Cause he
much
bet
of the Queen Jack stuff he has.
Yeah, he bet into 3 players on the flop, so
6 check.
makes his range significantly stronger.
No, he has some. I think he has some queen jack. It's okay, but definitely much stronger than Templar's hand. So I think he's gonna bet again here for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of hands you can get value from here.
1bet 375,000. 375.
And when Templar doesn't pick up the flush draw or improve his hand.
Yeah.
I think he's considering, but I think he's gonna fold.
Again, these guys have played a lot together. Luke Tong definitely has it in his locker to make some moves. Well, I think Templar are mainly looking for the hearts, the straight, the 2 pair, or the trips on the turn.
Yeah. He had a lot of ways to improve on the turn, but none of them came in. So with only 1 card to come now, and a pair, which is almost never the best hand, and a gut shot.
Yeah, and even if he's the best hand, he's against
He's
the
not
big
gonna-
outs. Like he could have
Yeah.
like over card and straight draw and flush draw, back
Yeah.
flush draw maybe. Even if his 6 is good, he's like has to touch almost on the
Yeah.
deck probably.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks like he really doesn't want to fold, but
Yeah, it's
Really?
a tough spot. Especially if the player is aggressive, like you have to dodge half the deck for your 6
Yeah.
to stay good, and then you don't know which one it is. So if your opponent fires
If
again
it-
the river, it's like
yeah, if any of those cards come in, you're in a horrible spot.
Someone in the chat saying is bigger, better. He went just under half pot. I think it's kind of reasonable for the stacks. And he could have just identified that there's a lot of hands in Templar's range that are just in really bad shape. Doesn't need to go too huge. Not always good to be super afraid of certain rivers coming in.
yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's not that drawy of a board either. And he has position too, so it's...
You play long enough to raise 100,000.
So Gregor's going on being aggressive. He's down to 20 big blinds now, but
Yeah, he's super
not afraid
active, super active considering his stack size.
Yeah, yeah. And considering that we're basically 3 away from that very big bubble.
Sorry? I saw them from the behind.
Put it in front of the staircase. That biggest shift. Put it.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Six plus.
Looks like Fausto's going to defend with the king 5. Hits his 5.
7 check.
Check, check. Makes sense.
Check, check does make sense. Yeah, he's got showdown with his king jack, and this is a board
Oh,
that'll
wow.
not go. He's in
Wow.
trouble. He's in trouble.
Yeah. That's painful.
This is
really sick.
7 check.
This could be the end for Gregor.
See what he goes with. I think like something quite chunky, maybe 2/3, double flush draw board, a lot of pair and straight draws.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of draws out there that can pay a fairly big bet. He's gone 175, did I hear? Yeah, 175.
I think we're still gonna call or raise. Probably raise.
Yeah, raise makes a lot of sense because you could balance this with a lot of draws.
Seems like such a strong hand to jam. If you're raising, are you going all in? I guess so, right? That's what your combo draws do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Gregor only has 770 behind, so it's very hard to make a raise, a normal size raise here.
I feel like Gregor might have enough queen 10, queen jack, jack 10 to slow play, but
How much do you raise?
it's going to be really sad to see Gregor go
Well, he
here. He's
has
raised to
got-
395.
Yeah, it looks pretty strong. He might get away with it. I mean, it's tough, but he might.
I mean, he's played very well so far, Gregor, so if anyone can get away,
Yeah.
it's him on this table. in
Yeah,
this
this would be a
tournament.
sick fold. No, he's just gonna. Oh no, I thought he was reaching for chips there. I commented on the Irish Open final table earlier today, and Dan Wilson made a really sick fold against Steve O'Dwyer. He had Ace King against Ace Queen. The board came Queen 10x. He bet. Steve raised small. He called Ace on the turn. He checked. Steve bet again, and Dan managed to find the fold, which is pretty sick, having hit his ace.
Wow.
It was one of the best
Yeah,
folds
nuke
I've
the
seen
fish.
in a long time. Yeah, Nuke the Fish, Irish online phenomenon.
So, right here, you gotta think. Gregor has so many hands to continue. He's got a lot of King X, got a lot of flush draws. It really does look so strong when the big blind attacks this spot. How often is Gregor going to have a hand like Ace, King, King, Queen? It's quite often.
Yeah.
How often is he going to have a draw that he can continue with? It's quite often. Like I say, when the big blind
No.
attacks this,
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone, and this is he's going to have to hit his jack on. Well, he's got counterfeit outs as well. Jack 7 or 9. We got the job done.
I think.
But
I think he told himself the big blind is just competent enough. Maybe it's you get caught up in are they, aren't they?
Yeah.
He's going to be kicking himself probably.
Yeah, I think so. He's played superbly, but he just wasn't quite able to
Still.
get away there.
20% of the time, he's going to win a 2.2 million pot here with 15 left. Takes a little sip for good luck.
Not this time.
Yeah, we do lose
GG.
Gregor.
Gregor.
It does, Gregor.
Very well
Okay,
played.
I'm also gonna say goodbye to you guys. It was a pleasure to come in with you, and see you guys soon.
Yeah, thank you, Elkie. And
Thank you so
Bye.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck, bro.
So we say goodbye to Elkie. Great that he joined us in the box. We got a lot of insight from Elkie, one of the all-time greats, and really good live player, obviously. That was certainly a thrill for me, and I'm sure it was for you as well, Sven.
Yeah, that was really cool. But back when I was 19, I played my first EPT. I won a ticket. I was basically a recreational. I was on the phone to my friend who was also like my poker buddy, and he was like, "Oh, how is it?" And I was walking down the hall in Barcelona casino, and Elkie walked by, and I was like, "Oh my God, there's Elkie!" Like to my friend on the phone, and yeah, it's quite surreal now to be here. I actually put the phone up to Elkie. I was like, "Ah, can you say something to my friend?" And Elkie's like, "Hello."
Yeah.
Yeah, so amazing. He was like one of the first pros I ever seen in real life, face to face.
Yeah.
And
very recognizable as well.
Yeah. Real treat to have him in the booth.
Yeah, for sure. So we're down to 14 now. Obviously, Gregor was cooler there essentially. There was a small chance he was going to get away, but in the end, it was just his hand was too big.
Yeah, sad to see him go.
Very sad, yeah.
And he was probably probably just tired of making exploitable folds for 3 days straight.
Yeah.
Sometimes that can happen, and he's like, he feels his hand is too strong.
Yeah.
But as we kind of see, they always have it, eh?
Yeah, they say that about live players, and you do see it time and time again. My good friend Jack Sinclair, that's one of the points he hammers home the most. He says when they put the big chips in, they have it.
I mean, in general, I think everywhere, like both online and live, it's people just seem to have it a lot, right? We can all relate.
Yeah. Yeah, they just have it. You can feel like they're picking on you, but a lot of the time, they just have it.
Fausto with a real dominant stack now, probably going to encourage him to start to...
Yeah, you should really be opening these hands now. This spot, I'd be pretty much opening any king. Get the 3 deuce to fold.
Although the big blind also with chips on a sticky player, so yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to work straight away, as maybe all that often, but you're still going to win post flop. You get to play in position.
Yeah, we over-realize equity.
Yeah, for sure. And he has more ace-x here, so he should win. Unless Luke decides to hang on with his gut shot.
7 with 100.
It's a small bet, is it? Yeah, third pot roughly. Tempted to call one, yeah, and that's what he's going to do here. His queen high is showdown. It'll be the best hand, decent amount of the time, and he does have a gut shot to go with it.
One check.
Are you betting again here, Sven?
Maybe with some of my best King X, I'd go for another little stab, but I'm not sure. Then again, maybe I would have just checked the flop, so it's hard to say.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an argument for checking the flop because you have basically close to the nut no pair. And
yeah.
Now the question
it's interesting.
is... Yeah.
I would have liked to see a different river.
Yeah.
So that Luke could potentially rep some stuff.
Yeah, he's trying to decide whether he's enough showdown here with the queen and will be able to show it down, or does he need to bluff and maybe try and get King X to fold?
Yeah, I think as played, we will see button show up with a decent amount of slightly better hands.
Yeah. Yeah, he can have a better queen as
small
well.
bet check turn.
Yeah, and it works. So, well played by Luke there.
Yeah, he didn't even need the scary card in the end. I thought he kind of needed some help from the board texture there, but got the job done without it.
Yeah, that's a line I use quite a lot, particularly live, because I think live players, if they have any specific exploitable tendencies, they tend to over c-bet flops, and then they get to the turn with too wide a range and they tend to shut down when they don't have it, and they more or less tell you on the turn whether they have a hand or not. They also don't really check enough strong hands on the turn, and you can go ahead and bluff the river then.
It's a very interesting exploit because it's quite kind of easy and low variance and low risk.
Yeah.
Rather than check raising the flop can always get dicey.
Yeah, you sometimes see it online too. On sites where HUDs are allowed, like Stars, I will look at people's flop c-bet percentages and then their turn c-bet percentages, and sometimes you see a really severe drop-off, like they over c-bet the flop and they under c-bet the turn, and then if they also have a high fold to bet river percentage, that's somebody who's really good to use that line against check call and then go check check and then bet river. So 14 left.
They're going to be
12.
trying them.
Yeah.
Next session, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And now Sven is going to be checking all of his strong hands on the turn and letting me bluff the river. Unless I remember this conversation, which is unlikely because I barely remember yesterday.
Some action here.
Yeah, look at this. We have a lot of kings in the mix. I'm not sure about this. I think your hand is going to be... It just doesn't play very well three-way. I think if I'm going to play the hand, I would have three-bet.
Yeah, I can't fault him though because I used to do a lot of this, even with like a king jack off, overcalling the button, and I did learn only recently that it's even like a king jack off is a pure fold in this spot on the button.
Yeah, yeah, it's
So
just
imagine.
three-way. A lot of hands which are fine heads up suddenly become much worse because they're just dominated by one of the other players far too often.
Yeah, much
Same as during the
worse.
blinds. Like there are hands which are perfectly fine defense against one open, but when two people open and you have a bad ace or a bad king, suddenly it's a lot muckier because you're just dominated. You're dominated twice as often basically.
Yeah, and you're basically never, when the cooler happens with top pair, you're just on the bad side of it so
Exactly,
often, and
yeah.
like never really on the good side of it. So
yeah,
it's just bad news.
But,
Here we do see the one flop where Lucas can climb ahead.
Yeah,
as we see
and-
66% equity for him now.
Yeah, he's in great shape here, and it's still three-way, but he has top pair. I put a lot of chips in, but it's actually just a call because they're all 25s. So three-way to the turn. This pot's very big already now. Look at this, 1.3 million. Lucas only has 1.1 behind.
So 3 players to the third.
And those 12 10K tickets.
Oh, look at
Booming.
this.
Oh, wow.
This is sick.
3 check.
King Queen now has picked up an open ender, but he's dead. Almost. He can chop, but the Ace King now has the nuts. And even the King Jack.
And it's if we're going to see a brick on the river, because I imagine this one checks through quite a lot. We could even see a 9 on the river, which could be disaster for
Look how
two
heavily
players.
Lucas is breathing here. He's almost hyperventilating. This is huge pressure now because he's the guy who's covered by the other 2 people. And again, this is one of the reasons I don't like the flat pre. He's moved all in.
Oh, he's checked.
Oh no, he
Just
checked.
announced
Sorry.
it very.
Yeah, very dramatically. And
okay, and we do see the 5.
yeah, so Delco now is going to have to do his own betting.
3 bet. 450.
Small size.
Round about
Or
1/3. I
roughly.
kind of like it.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe in theory we're supposed to bomb or whatever because we're repping such a strong range. But I think in practice here, if you just want to get some value from your hand in this spot,
Yeah. I think once the turn checks.
Size.
Yeah, once the turn checks through, the other players' ranges are pretty capped. So you're just kind of going for a side call with this sizing now. You're trying to get a queen or a jack to side call. And what's Fausto thinking about here? Is he thinking about turning his hand into a bluff? Yeah, he is. He's moved all in.
Oh my god.
He's got the nut
Oh my
blockers.
god.
And he's moved all in, and that makes Lucas's decision very easy. And
If you have call, if you have full house.
yeah, he said.
But
if you
what
have
full
house,
houses?
Yeah, I know. It's yeah.
So,
Wow. Bad time to bluff there.
That's so sick, man. Oh,
That
I feel the pain of that one.
He's been playing so cautiously with his big stack, and he just decided there, my pair isn't good. I block Ace King.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for it.
I block Jack's full. Like blocking these strong hands in Nadelko's range is important, and he does do that.
2.7.
Yeah.
Just what?
Like that.
Very composed, handling it well. I'd
Yeah,
be
look at
already
that
out of picture right now.
That's extremely impressive. No expression of frustration, or he just decided this is a good move. I'm going to go for it. And sometimes you get caught with your hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah.
So huge pot there for
I believe you.
Yes King.
Okay.
Absolutely massive. Is Nadelko now the chip leader?
Yeah, he got a double up and then some there because Lucas had money in the pot as well.
Thank you, dealer.
The blocker.
Just thanking the dealer because the dealer obviously decided what the cards were going to be. Yeah, look at that, massive chip leader now. He's got almost twice as many chips as anybody else. Lucas with his, yeah, I didn't like the flat pre-flop. Like he leaked a bit of chips there. He's now the short stack. Fausto, look, he was a commanding chip leader and now he's basically back in the pack. Nobody sub 20 big blinds, so
wow.
this could actually go on for a while. As they all try and wait each other out for those 10k tickets.
And we'll see this post-ticket bubble bonanza kind of thing, I guess, with some shallower stacks.
I think it could take quite a while to get down to 12, and then once we do, it could take a lot less time to get down to 9. We don't know what the stacks on the other tables are, obviously. On the other table, rather, but on this table, nobody's super short. and there's 4 guys, 20 to 30 big blinds, who are all praying 2 of the other guys bust first. Mowgli, yeah, he's gonna open the ace queen. Be interesting to see if Nedeljko gets after it now that he's the massive chip leader and starts applying pressure. You said he didn't do that on the actual bubble yesterday, so maybe not. But he seems quite random.
Yeah, to be honest now, I feel like he tightens up when he has the big stack. He gets quite attached to it, and he's like,
right,
all
okay.
happy.
That's interesting, yeah. Yeah, that feels like a good read.
I feel like that's what happened yesterday on the bubble. Just had a huge dominant stack and really passed up some very reasonable opens. But
yeah,
he had the intention. What he was thinking then was, I'm going to try and nurse this stack all the way, not get into too many marginal spots. And I'm not faulting the strategy. It's not the way I'd play it, but
yeah,
I think we might see the same again. It'll be interesting to see how he plays from here.
Yeah, I do know players like that who they just like having a big stack and they want to keep it. And I mean, there are some beasts who play like that as well. I mean, I commented on the final table of the Irish Open, and Steve O'Dwyer took a really low variance approach to having a big chip lead at the start. Just kind of picked very good spots. He did up the aggression later on, but he started very, very conservatively and got heads up with a massive chip lead and then won. There are different ways to approach that, but I don't think that's what's happening here. I think it's more likely exactly what you said. He just likes having a big stack and he's happy for now.
Still very impressed with how that guy who just made the incredible King Jack bluff is handling himself after losing such
amazing,
a big pot.
Such composure. I mean, I think he's okay with the move. He felt that it would work a lot, and he just ran into it. So that makes it, I guess, easier to accept. But it is still impressive.
Not even a shake of the head, not even a sigh.
Yeah, just deal with it. It happened.
And Luke Ong with the 9-7. Suited opening it up. In the low jack, I believe.
Yeah. There's him +1, but of course we are 7-handed, so that is the low jack. Small blind. 25 big blinds. You're a fan of flattening in these spots, aren't you, Sven?
Yeah, I think so. I especially like flatten off the 10-15 big stacks, though. As you mentioned earlier, kind of less reverse implied odds to worry about, and actually quite easy to realize equity.
Yeah,
at that shorter stack depth.
Yeah, and by just flattening, you keep all the weaker hands in that you dominate. So, and you're not putting in very much at the end of the day. It's not too big of a hit to have to check fold when you miss. That's another area we've been talking about, how the game has changed over the years. That's another area which is completely and utterly changed. How people play sort of 10 to 15 to 20 big blind stacks. There was a period when everybody thought it was just shove or fold with those stacks, but we see a lot more play now. And in high rollers, you see some sick stuff where people are finding ridiculous amounts of bets and playability even in 15, 20 big blind stacks.
Luke Tongta interested in getting the exact count here before he folds.
But this time the 3-bet has
Blame
worked.
him.
Yeah. The 9-7 suited doesn't really play all that well. You don't have the stack depth really to have much implied odds.
How are you for eyeballing stacks on the live felt? Because I know it's
Horrendous.
something I struggle with.
I'm absolutely horrendous fan. I'm not even joking. I'm terrible. Well, first of all, I'm colorblind, so unless the chips are very neatly stacked, I'm in trouble. And it really annoys me that you can't just ask for a count. You know, I mean, I understand they say, okay, poker's a visual, live poker's a visual game, but for those of us who are visually impaired, that's not much help. So yeah, I've made so many mistakes just getting people's stacks wrong. You know, a guy has all of his big chips at the bottom of another stack, and I think he has no big chips. So I'm really bad. I have made a really conscious effort since live poker came back, because I was out of practice as well. So now I try and keep a sort of a running score in my head after every pot of roughly how much everybody has, so there's no big surprises. But it's very difficult. Even stuff like calculating the pot, calculating what 42% of the pot is, all that stuff. I'm very rusty on.
Yeah, it's tricky, alright. It is the element of live poker that has held me back to some extent as we pick up the action on the turn here.
Yeah,
Lucas drills the nuts.
Drills the absolute nuts, but unfortunately for him, Fausto only had pocket threes. Is Fausto going to try something here?
I like it a lot,
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I think if you're not going to bluff the trees here,
yeah,
and I'm missing an opportunity to some extent.
It's really hard to find bluffs on these boards, and it's when you look at solver output, it's usually the low pairs and the lower suited connectors that are used. So this, even though it's obviously not going to work, and there's going to be a bit of Hollywooding now from Lucas before he raises. Do you like the move?
What do you think in terms of sizing for Lucas here? Maybe just the minimum, something close?
Yeah, yeah. No, he's gone for it all, which is not going to get called by anything other than a 10. Yeah, I would have gone for a small
which is the
size
issue
there.
with the big size.
And just try and get a cry call from something that isn't a 10. So Delco with the big stack really should be opening the ace-10 now. I mean, we're
These
two
are the
from
ones
the
I'm
this
interested
bubble.
to see.
Yeah, he should be opening
This
super
opening.
wide. This is a monster in this spot, and the guy behind him has already folded even before the chips have gone out. That's when you know your raises are going to get through a lot. I mentioned earlier that Steve O'Dwyer was playing at the start of the final table quite cautiously in the Irish Open, but then he did sort of, he was, when he got the chance, he was still opening stuff like King 9-0 under the gun.
Yeah, the best players just have a great feel for tables.
Yeah,
they can
they know
adapt.
they know when it's time. And Luke is going to call in the big blind with the dominated hand. He's not to know that. So three-way action. see if we get an action flop. And, okay, the 5's the bottom set, but the other two guys have pretty much nothing. This is the kind of board that when you bet your bottom set and they both fold, you just feel cheated. How can they all have missed Jack 7-5?
Yeah, maybe we'll see all of it come out now, all of the anger.
Yeah.
Don't tease him.
This exact board is one that I put a lot of study into last year. And now, obviously, admittedly, heads up, but it is one of the more interesting boards. Jack 7-5. Your bluffs generally come from your hands like 8-9. And Julia in the chat says, "Chatter winners for watching this great commentary." Thank you very much, Julia. Very nice comment. Okay, Ace-10 again.
I'm gonna fold now.
Oh my goodness! There you go. Sven's read is completely right. What appears to be random is actually just a guy with a big stack who's happy chilling.
I think so. Lucas with the 8s now, 30 bigs on the button.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. We're down to 13. This is the exact bubble for those tickets. We must have lost somebody on the outer table.
Oh wow.
And yeah, when you're on the bubble, you're not. I don't know. Maybe he's stalling. There might be a little bit of stalling here. Just take up that extra 10 or 15 seconds, and maybe somebody busts on the other table. And I guess he's a new player at the table that they must have moved. Didn't notice him before. Volkov.
Yeah, Ruslan Volkov of Ukraine. New member on the feature table. You can tell he's got some experience from the way he folded at one hand anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Templar has the ace-king suited. This is going to be an open. Lovely hand at this stage, but you'd still prefer if the bubble had the ticket bubble had obviously gone before you have to play a hand, but you certainly can't be folding the ace-king suited.
Yeah, I'd honestly like to develop a limp strategy for if I was a lot of these players, maybe, so I could just limp jam or limp call or limp fold.
Yeah.
Rather than raise call or raise fold.
So Luke is calling the button king 6 suited. Against the early position raise, it seems a bit loose, but he does cover him, and he gets to apply pressure post flop. He's flop bottom pair, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Templar has the 2 overs, backdoor flush draw, and gut shot. So they both have interest in this pot. This is a horrible spot now for Templar, where you're just sort of betting, hoping he folds, and if he calls, your heart sinks because it's such a big bubble. I actually think because of the ICM, you're pretty much supposed to play maybe your entire range as a check. but he has bet and got called. And he doesn't improve on the turn. Is he going to keep firing?
You like we might see a check here, but
Yeah.
who knows what Templar has in mind.
Yeah, they both have showdown here. And Luke does check. Let's see the river. Jack of diamonds. Don't change anything except it makes top pair less likely. And it goes check, check, and Luke will be very happy to see that he wins with his 6.
Yeah, sees the good news. We'll give
Nice
him a bit of
imagine.
pep in his step.
Yeah. Dark Angel in the chat says Rounders 2 get Brian Koppelman on the chip race, tag David. Yeah, we had Brian on recently, but he didn't tell us that Rounders 2 was happening. Donna's been off watching the Johnny Depp trial, so apparently Johnny Depp trial is more riveting than this, at least for Donna. But great to see you back, Donna. Oh, Fausto with the jacks.
Oh god, and we see a big cooler here.
Oh lord, look at this.
Tom. The ace
This
is in the
is-
cutoff.
Yeah, this is horrible for the jacks now. And he has, I think it's also significant that he's seen Luke Tong show down Jack 6, or sorry, King 6 suited last hand. So the Jacks has a lot of reason to suspect that Luke is just using his stack now.
Oh wow.
Oh my god, look
And
at
a
this.
cold call.
The Jacks are dead. Jacks are pretty much dead. They would have to hit a straight to win now.
Yeah, Fausto's gonna feel like this is just a decent spot to jam.
Yeah.
As mentioned, not super afraid of Luke Tong Ta, known to be aggressive. The Jelko
Yeah.
gonna have stuff like 10s and ace queen suited.
1.1 million out there. He's only got 2 million behind. If he jams here and they both fold, he adds 50% to his stack. It's just a 6 spot on the ticket bubble, remember? Yeah, he's moved all in. And he's drawing almost dead.
It's actually, it seems like such a good spot for him.
Yeah.
For Fausto here, but as we can see, 2
Luke
live
is now-
suits.
Yeah.
2 live suits Fausto has.
He does have 2 live suits, that's why he's the 4% instead of the 1%. But it's pretty
2,075,000.
grim. Luke is now going to do a little bit of posturing and asking for a count before he calls to make it look like he doesn't have aces.
Yeah, I respect this a lot.
Try and get the other guy in as well. The thing about the ace is, because it's the money bubble as well, he would basically have to lose both pots to bubble the tickets. So, yeah. Will the other jacks get away? Yeah. And he's going to be sick.
Oh, now does Nadelko say?
Yeah, I know. Do you? I don't say anything here, but
Can I tell what I fold?
No, okay.
oh god, no, don't.
Just
don't break his heart before his...
Nah, I think I want to know. I want to know. Like, tell the man he's got no outs.
Really?
Tell him to fucking put on his, excuse my language, tell him to put on his jacket.
So he can start putting his jacket on. I don't know, give him a few more seconds of hope. Oh, he does have the diamonds. That's the only saving grace now. He can hit diamond, diamond. He did mention that he had 2 live suits. The other jacks were just in terrible shape. But no, he's now dead. He doesn't know it yet, but he is. He's like Bruce Willis in what is it, The Sixth Element?
People calling for jacks and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, this is so unfortunate for
Jelko's
him.
sitting there.
I folded
Yeah.
the jacks.
Yeah, he told him now.
Wow.
He told him.
I folded the jacks also. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand that. Just tell him straight away.
But I don't.
Just rip the
Wait
band-aid
until he
off.
sweats it out.
Wow,
Just crush
what
his
a gift.
dreams.
You tilted him. You tilted him.
And then as soon as the run out's done, oh, by the way, you'd no chance.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you're a
Anyway.
poker player.
You
I'm glad you're a
snapped
poker player's friend and not a
400.
doctor,
Wow,
because
like
you'd be the
this.
kind of guy who tell the guy, yeah, you definitely have cancer and there's 0 chance you're going to survive. So
Snap coin,
yeah,
425.
enjoy the last 2 weeks of your life, but that's all you're getting.
And I was thinking, okay, why not?
And I gotta rip off the band-aid sometimes.
Yeah. I respect that.
If he,
I mean, I understand it because I don't want to think I have a chance
Yeah.
if I have no chance.
Yeah.
But
We all get tickets, so
I think
you're welcome
other people
altogether.
think
Tournament is the
differently.
best.
see you when in October, November.
You're
10K
welcome.
tournament is the best.
Yeah, they're all talking about the tickets. See you in
I was in Vegas
September,
on
October,
10K,
November.
now I want
Yeah,
to
they-
Talking about the
Additional
WSOP
Jackson
either.
Second best tournament ever.
The bounty hunter.
I'm just
6 cents
happy
only,
that
guys.
Fausto.
Now
I'm
relax.
happy that Fausto doesn't seem
Relax
like the
now.
type to put that 10K
No.
straight on the
Never.
roulette table.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know
trying to
some
get
players
that
might
way.
after a run like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, when your friends, it
Come
was,
on,
it was
like-
6 cents. I was thinking not Sixth Element, and
Like 1 million.
Hydrad said
Like
that's how
one-
doctors work in
one
Ireland, in Holland rather.
I'm all in.
They just tell you you're going to die in 2 weeks. So now, let's see Sven's prediction that there would be a rush of all-ins after this effective bubble for the satellite. They are coming up to another very big ICM spot, the final table bubble, which is after the money bubble. It's where ICM
felt so good,
peaks.
yeah?
So let's see if they're just all really relieved now because they all have a ticket.
Never. Only first.
Just under a €4,000 pay jump from FT bubble to FT. Yeah, the players should relax now. Got that ticket locked up. Another adventure for them to look forward to. Yeah, and Nedelko just losing 400k that hand with the jacks.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Don't player with the ace-4 suited on the button. This is a fairly mandatory open. You're mostly hoping they'll just fold, but it's too much to shove. It's too strong to fold.
$350. 350, 350.
Oh, look at this. This is getting fruity with the queen jack off. Looking to apply pressure.
Yeah.
Luke will fold the jack 9, and the ace 4 I think will get folded. This should work.
This is one of the things I like about Lucas. He has these plays up his sleeve.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you called it earlier, and he's proven you right. I think the only... yeah, I think I would have used a smaller sizing here. I think a smaller sizing probably gets the job done as well. He'll almost be priced into call now if he did get shoved on, but does Templar have the...
Don't usually do this.
Have the shove with the ace 4 suited in his repertoire?
So strong now.
Would be very gangster to find a 4-bet after the speech play and the interrogation.
Yeah.
Never see it though.
Well, he makes up his mind. Onions, great to see Sven doing some commentating. Big fan of his streaming, and nice to see this side. So Sven has some fans in the audience, and then Only Friends goes for the... I agree. Sven calls the action really well. Badum-tsh. Of course, for people who don't get that joke, Sven calls is Sven's screen name on most sites, I believe.
Yep. Twitter, Twitch, stars, all of that.
So what's the story behind your screen name? How did you get that screen name?
Not
Were you
much of a
calling
story.
station? Just calling station?
It kind of worked out like that way. The name came before I was a calling station.
Okay.
But yeah, not much of a story to it. Just kind of a testament to how much of a degen I am. On my 18th birthday, created that stars account. Named myself Sven Calls. Thought it was a funny name, and that was it.
Yeah.
Always not.
Fair enough.
Always have to know.
2 hours past midnight as well, I think.
You waited the full 2 hours, wow. Delco opening the ace jack offsuit under the gun, but it's 6-handed, so that's the low jack effectively.
Lucas with the 5s now. Does he just play the flat, try and hit that set against the big stack? Okay, this is interesting now. Imagine we see Luke squeeze. Who knows?
Yeah.
Only one man can make the decision.
Yeah, there's 375 out there, which is more than 20% of his stack. If he shoved here and got it through, he adds a lot to his stack. Oh, sorry, it's Luke. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong stack. Yeah, it's a good spot to squeeze because Lucas is kind of in... He generally doesn't have a super strong hand. And Delco, ace jack is, it's one of the worst hands you're opening, so I think you just have to let it go now. And it does.
Yeah, looks like it'll get through.
Yeah, good spot there.
We have not seen Mowgli fluctuate his stack too much the last couple of levels. He's been keeping it very solid. Ruslan Volkov, new member to the table. Templar, our shortest stack. Been playing very well, just not been getting very fortunate.
Yeah.
Catch you after the break, guys. But it's never easy under the lights and cameras.
I do recognize Marioni as well, but being that he's playing under a nickname, we will not reveal his real name here on the stream. And right away we see a jam here by Illy. Seems more than fine. About 14 big blinds, jamming the ace-queen. But unfortunately for him, look at this. Very first hand, we have Besnik waking up with the rockets.
Wow. Januszewski really unfortunate here to run into the blades.
And we have... Okay, that was Besnik. He's going to need a miracle to get through this.
Gonna see the bad news.
Stats show about 6%. Miracles can happen now.
Are we gonna see a sweat? Let's see.
I'm already sweating.
As we know, never easy in this game. Always some sort of sweat.
And while we're waiting for the flop turn and river to be dealt, we see players just dropping out of the field. Down to 136. Once again, it's 71 players in the money. So getting closer and closer to bubble time. And here we go, 2 spades. So what happened? It was ace-10, not ace-queen. So that's been corrected.
I see.
Does change things a little bit.
And we do see a
Backdoor.
backdoor flush.
Oh,
now.
oh, oh.
Oh my lord.
Wow. Now he has Besnik drawing to 1 out.
This is just sick.
Went from being 6% to win the hand to 97% and a 6 of spades. Gets the double for Illy. Besnik stack
That
didn't
is
take
some
too
pure
much of a
joy.
hit, but you can't blame him at all.
I don't think I've seen a man happier all year.
Besnik does not look like he's very happy though.
Yeah.
obviously there's the GTO way. So if you prescribe the GTO, for sure there's one way to play, but then you have to assume that the other players are playing GTO as well, or adjusting your ranges for that, so it gets a bit tricky even with GTO.
Yeah, even the most hardcore GTO guys, even the most hardcore GTO guys will like disagree on how much they should deviate based on like how people are playing. So it's nothing's ever black and white in this game.
Is he gonna flat or a 3-bet? It looks like a flat maybe. No, it is a 3-bet. There were some more chips I didn't see. Oh my!
Oh,
look at
Lord.
this. Sergey with the Cowboys. It looks like we have to wait for Marcel to fold his Jack 9 before we see what Sergey will do, but I don't think we're going to see a flat here.
Oh my God. He is loving it with the kings. Little does he know. Could be the end of the road. What a disaster for Sergey here.
Because even if he puts Nedelko on a tight range, you know, he still has these ace-queen, ace-king, jacks, queens, tens. You shouldn't be too scared by that 3-bet when you have the second best hand. That should at least get Alexei out of the way. And snap shut by Nedelko, snap call by Sergey, or not yet?
Yeah, the money's in, it looks like, and you gotta feel for Sir Svensson over there.
A massive 591,000 pot.
And this man has battled his heart out. Such a raw style of playing. Really enjoyable to watch. Is he going to hit the 2-outer for all the chips?
Or maybe some clubs, maybe 4 clubs on the board. There's a club out the window. Oh my.
Wow,
it was
that's
neither,
a great
but
club.
a queen or a king, and the tables have turned, and it'll be Nedelko out on the rail.
And he's even more live than normal. As we can see, the discounted cards are taken into consideration with the percentages. Wow, really comes to life on this flop. The deuce deflates him. Oh, he couldn't get there.
Nedelko breathing a sigh of relief. Sergey's going to have to mount a comeback, though. He's down to just 2 big blinds.
Race.
Fold.
Hero call.
Hero call.
All in. Beer.
Coffee in the morning and beer during the day.
Coffee. Coffee. I don't drink beer.
Coffee. Okay, jacks.
Checks. Ace king.
Jack, jack.
Jack, jack. Cash game.
Tournament.
Cash game.
Tournaments.
Tournaments.
Philharmonic.
Both of them.
Bust Philharmonic.
Tony G. Bust them both in the same hand.
WSOP title.
WSOP.
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 WSOP title.
Small talk.
Small talk.
Small talk. Small talk.
Bluff. Daniel Negreanu.
Phil Ivey.
Phil Ivey.
Daniel Negreanu. Both.
Title once.
Title.
Title.
Title once. Title win.
To know the board cards to come.
My opponent cards.
To know the board pre-flop.
To know my opponent's cards. I don't want any superpower.
Being bullied.
To be the bully.
Being bullied. I don't like bullies, so I'm a gentleman.
I don't like any of them.
Ooh, that's a good one. Top manager.
Top manager.
Top manager.
Top manager.
Manager.
Kings or kings? Kings.
Kings or kings? Kings.
Kings or kings? Red kings. I guess both.
Kings.
Of course, 1 year without poker.
Okay. That's a trick question. Clearly 1 year without poker. No, both every day, if it's possible.
Oh. 1 year without sex.
Kings.
As you see Sergey's stack there, just over a big blind. I mean, all he needs, winning one all in would have him 5 big blinds more, something like that. Maybe less, 4.5.
I think we'd both like to see him mount this comeback.
For sure.
Uncle, let's see if he jams in with a 10.5 big blinds. He's on the button. I think Sven would like to see a raise. I wouldn't mind seeing a jam.
Exactly right, yeah. I guess so. Getting closer to the money, you definitely want to do less of the fancy kind of min-raisey inducing stuff. Yeah, and this ace-8 suited is, I mean, it's a call in you know, if you were to ask a lot of professionals, they're probably going to say they're going to call in this spot. Be a very impressive fold. He'd have to be identifying that the button is just jamming way tighter than he should. If he did want to get away. Yeah, just a cooler. 10 bigs on the button. You're going to be ahead of a lot of stuff. Ace-8 of diamonds. Very hard to get away from.
Uncle, a 3-1 favorite to double up here with this 8.
Welcome back to Rozvadov, everyone, to the King's Resort for the WSOPC 2022 Spring Edition Main Event, Day 3. My name is Darragh O'Carney. I'm an Irish Poker Pro coach, writer, commentator, podcast host. I'm joined by another Irishman, Sven McDermott.
Hello, everyone. How are we? Looking at the chip counts now. Luke Tong with that envious 100 big blind stack. And Najelko with another big stack. And you see the 4 shorties all kind of neck and neck here on the feature table.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about that big bubble there was from 13 to 12 because of the 12 tickets and made it play almost like a satellite at that stage. We're coming to another big bubble now as well because the final table bubble, the ICM is fairly extreme on final table bubbles, but also there's a sort of an emotional bubble because people really would like to make the final table. It's pretty horrible to go out in 10th or 11th after 3 long days. So with 4 shortish stacks there, 26 big blinds and less, they'll all be trying to cling on. It's a great time to have the big stack. Luke came to the feature table in the last session and he 3-bet light first hand 9-6 suited and got it crammed in his eye. But he waited patiently. He ran well, and it has to be said, in certain spots. But now he's got the big stack, and I think he is the type of player who will wield that big stack on the final table bubble.
Yeah, exactly right. And we were alluding to it earlier, like you say. I see the man in action now. And we will see like the 2 ways you can go as a big stack, the passive route, or if you keep applying the pressure and really get your stack way beyond everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Nadelko, who has the more passive style, is always getting to the final table, and he's probably going to have in or around the chip stack he has now. with a player like Luke, he can go one of two ways. He could get there with 15 million, or he could get knocked back into the pack if it doesn't go, if the aggression doesn't pay off. So yeah, here we see Luke opening with the 9-3 suited. This is just going to get through so much. And the rich get richer.
So can you put the great chips in front? Sorry, just
You're
for all of
totally
us.
right,
Just for all of us.
Just a little detail.
Player won't be doing anything with the 10-5. Oh, under the gun. And Luke is just going to keep the pressure up here. He has an ace, but his other card is pretty bad, but that doesn't matter. And yeah, I mean, if I'm in this spot, even if I'm folding a lot, I think I might take a little bit more time over it. He's going to just hoover up so many chips. The more hands they get to play before the final table, the more he's going to prosper in these spots.
Yeah, and build momentum, as he's doing now immediately.
Yeah. If he opens the 8-7 off, that means he's really gone off the reservation. No, he lets this one go, having opened the previous two. Dalco has a very nice hand on the button. Depends on the stacks behind now, what he wants to do with this.
More. 1 and 1 more. So 30 more.
To be perfectly honest, I would have liked to have seen what he would have done if the 8-7 off opened the hijack. If he would have just...
Absolutely, that would have been fascinating. And the Jack Deuce isn't going to do anything here, I don't imagine. Oh no, sorry. Jack Deuce fold, Jack 10. This is the kind of hand you could defend and get in trouble with.
Very big raise, only just noticing now he's gone over 3x.
Oh, you're right,
lines.
yeah. Okay, well
Yeah.
then you can fold. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if he realizes he should fold. Back when I started playing poker, 3x was pretty much the standard open size, and then when it came down, people initially didn't really know what to do against the 2x, the 2.2x, but now pretty much everybody does. But it's kind of gone back the other way. People aren't sure what they're supposed to do against the bigger raises. But he does make the fold.
I tend to only go for bigger raises against the higher caliber opponents, because I feel like the standard min raise does such a good job against such a large portion of the player pool already. It's hard to find too many spots to really open it up.
Yeah, yeah, I couldn't agree more.
A 3.5.
Yeah, absolutely couldn't agree with more. I'm exactly the same. If you ever see me opening a larger size, it has nothing to do with the strength of my hand. It has to do with how much I respect the big blind and don't want to give him a great price to call. Muggley's moved all in with the 4s here. He is very short now. Actually, no, sorry, he's not. This is quite a big shove, but it's on the button. So King 9 is not really the hand to call off with, so this is going to get through. Shout out to Don't Do It in the chat. So Muggley gets that through. Yeah, I've been very impressed by his play overall. He hasn't set too many foot. I guess the king queen is on the button. Maybe is the only hand I would question, but overall, he's played very well.
I think that was Lucas.
Oh, that was Lucas.
king
You're
queen
right.
off.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I've done Mowgli a disservice there.
Yeah, he's shown to switch gears nicely, Mowgli.
Yeah.
Earlier on, opening up and then solid poker when he needed to be solid.
Yeah, and recognizing there that fours is not a hand you want to induce action with, but it's too strong to fold. So just get the chips in first. Templar here with this probably is strong enough to induce, to be honest. If you shove, you kind of destroy the value of your hand. If you raise, you give a chance for hands you dominate to reshove against you.
Yeah, definitely like a min raise here.
Yeah.
Try and get someone to put in their money with a hand that the ace king dominates, as Dara said. It also depends on how many weak hands you want to raise here. If you're just not going to raise many weak hands, then
yeah, he has moved on. You do see this a lot where players just, it's a sort of a, okay, he's going to get called, but it's almost the same hand. You see this kind of adjustment where they don't really want action and they just, because of the big ICM. And actually, we must have lost a player on the outer table because we are down to 11. So,
yeah.
We're going to run it. And actually, the ace king offsuit is the slight favorite because I guess a lot of spades have been folded. Normally, the ace king suited would be the slight favorite because it's obviously more likely to hit a flush. But we saw one of these earlier, similar thing. It's not always a chop. No, first card's out of spade. No, he does have runner, but that's it. Unless it comes running spades, this would be a chop.
And there must have been a lot of spades discarded because some low percentages.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Clearly there were a lot of spades folded, so his chances of hitting were slim.
I keep saying discarded like we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh or something. Folded is the word, yes.
Folded, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's in some of the games you do discards in draw poker and the draw games in general, but yeah, in Hold'em we just the cards we fold. Is Mowgli the one with the beret? No, or is he?
Jacks.
He is, yeah.
He is, yeah. Yeah, I'm getting confused between him and the guy on the other side of the theater. But yeah, Mowgli is the one in the beret.
No big difference.
Don't do it, says this.
Jelko here.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and Adelka's really not going after it. Lucas on the button with the ace-10 off. This is a mandatory open.
I'd raise 125.
125. Now, King 7 suited is the type of hand which you could turn into a light 3-bet.
Yeah, and if we know our boy Luke Tong Ta, he's good go for it.
Yeah.
Would like it a lot. 440.
Oh, he's just gone all in. Absolute ripped. So, ooh, look at this, nines in the big blind.
Wow.
This is. He was sitting there loving it until that happened. He was obviously very happy to shove over the button raise, but now no fold equity. He can only call. I think you have to call though. What do you think, Sven?
Yeah, ICM not my strong suit.
Yeah.
I'd imagine if this was the FT, then we could start flirting with the possibility of holding. I guess final 11.
Yeah, I think it's just Luke's range is really capped here. because he wouldn't do this with the super strong hands. The hands that nines are in really bad shape against. So I think he has a lot of lower pairs. He has the type of hand that he has, just the one overcard hand. So I think nines in this spot is just way bigger as a result. And there is some dead money
Yeah.
out there. Lucas is almost certainly going to fold. Yeah, he has found
Yeah,
a
he
call.
does get
and
it in.
I think that's the correct call, even with ICM.
Yeah, the pay jump's just not big enough. If there was some really significant pay jumps, he could maybe
Yeah,
fold,
also-
hoping that they clash.
Yeah, and he is one of the shorter stacks, and they're six-handed, so the blinds are going to race around very quickly. So you can quickly find you folded yourself down to 10 big blinds if you don't take these spots. So
Yeah,
he's a
Luke,
2-1 favorite.
Going to have deuces.
Yeah, yeah. Luke can have all the lower pairs, so this is actually a hand he's not that happy to see because he's only a 2-1 favorite. But it's a good flop so far. Some backdoor straight possibilities. Otherwise, it's just the king he has to worry about. And now it's the king and the king only. Good news is the three kings are still alive, so.
Yep.
No.
Hey, doesn't get there.
And Ruslan will be very relieved to hold with the nines. Huge, big double up for him. Gets him out of that pack where he was just kind of cling on for the final table to now he's very comfortable.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see some advancements from his stack from here as well. Seems like good caliber of player.
Yeah.
You know, he might have some room to play a little more, although ICM considerations do loom. Well, what's your thoughts on that jam there from Luke Tong Ta?
If I'm honest, I don't like it. I do like a 3-bet, but the jam, I think if he makes a normal 3-bet, the big blind is going to fold pretty much the same hands. He's just not going to want to get involved. But when he does wake up with a hand like that, where you're a 2-1 dog, you give yourself the chance to get away. So, yeah, I mean, I get that he's trying to maximize fold equity, and maybe you fold out a few extra hands with the jam. But in this spot, I think a smaller 3-bet would have got the job done a lot of the time and saved him chips in this spot.
Yeah, it's fair to say. Kind of close though, because it was 25
It is
bigs
close,
effective,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, he would have been getting a very good price to call anyway.
Let's say it was 20 bigs. Then could you see it more? 20 bigs effective, that is. Still not on for it.
Yeah.
Hand like King 9 of diamonds now, I wouldn't even fault it for the 25, I think.
Yeah, I agree, because you're just going to be in better shape. King 7, when you run into it, you're going to be playing one card, sort of best case scenario.
Yeah. Lucas opening up the cutoff. Najelko going to defend the King Jack in the big blind.
So paired boards are always interesting. They're hard to hit. It's usually a case of whoever's ahead is still ahead. Whoever was ahead pre-flop, and the opener usually has a stronger range in this spot.
And Lucas playing some solid poker consistently now, never going to miss a c-bet.
Yeah.
And yeah, Najelko with that King of Hearts. Oh, big turn. Big turn for both players. Lucas now picking up. The third nut flush draw and a gut shot. Najelko now with top pair, second nut flush draw.
Yeah. Yeah, heart and
Najelko. Najelko's very unpredictable. He does call.
Just call, it looks like, yeah. So we're going to see a river. Ace of Hearts would be a very interesting river. No, not the Ace of Hearts. And Luke is going to take a stab here, recognizing his hand isn't good.
Wow. This is really interesting. Is he going to potentially jam here?
Yeah, he has less than pot
impressed.
behind. Less than
500.
He's half a stack.
Doesn't
He's
risk
chopped
it
his
all.
stack. Yeah, he's chopped his stack. Some players will perceive this as even stronger than the jam. But then some other players will just go, well, it's a smaller bet, so I'm going to call. And it looks like this might work. No. No,
Yeah.
I thought he was throwing the cards away, now he's reaching for chips.
I think, even though the ace doesn't really connect with too much, it's just a classic old scare card, and
Yeah.
people tend to overfold on it. But
Yeah, yeah.
see now.
Yeah, I think he's
I
more
kind
scared of the ace
of
than
hope.
the-
Go ahead
Go on,
there.
yeah. No, I'm just going to say I think he thinks the ace is more of a scare card than it actually is.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think he's a great hand reader, if I'm honest.
I hope for Lucas's sake it gets through, because it's a nice bluff. I mean, you got to give him credit for putting it in on the river.
Yeah.
All of the
Yeah.
chips, but putting in the bet, that is. Trying to act strong here.
He's trying to act strong, and he does preserve some chips even if he gets called here. So, I mean, he would be down to under 7 big blinds, but those 7 big blinds are very valuable in this spot. He probably gets as many folds or close to as many folds with this size as he does with the jam, so why not?
I notice how none of the chat pros are saying what to do, but as soon as the decision is made,
Yes. Yeah, it worked. That was again, we've said this before, some of these players, they are finding creative lines, and that was a creative one. A lot of players would just jam there, but he found another way to win the pot. He bet a small amount and I think he folded out pretty much the same hands as would have folded to the jam. Maybe even more. There are some players who would be more scared of that sizing than the jam.
Yeah. Only card of the river which I did.
So 11 players left. We need 2 more to make it, to call it for the night and decide our final table for tomorrow. Lucas folds the king 4 suited. Which, yeah, it's a bit early for that hand. Ruslan finds the king queen on the button. Oh, sevens just call.
Mowgli in the big blind with the 9-4, easy fold.
Sorry.
Very quick call from Nedelko there. Oh, look at this. You see the set. He might not get too much action though on this board. In my experience, when players like Nedelko call really quickly in those spots, it's kind of weighted towards small to medium pairs. Now he's going to have to start betting, and actually Ruslan's picked up a gut shot to go with his 2 overs, so I can't imagine he's folding to this size. He also has the best hand some of the time with his king high.
Yep.
And that's a brick. What do we do on a brick? How do we get the chips? Do we think he'll call with 1 pair type hands, or do we think we can get him to bluff if we check? The Delco is going for the bet. Ruslan, of course, can still raise as a bluff. Whether he wants to do it with this hand or not, I don't know. Obviously it's not going to work, but give it some thought.
And it looks like he's contemplating his showdown value.
Yeah, I guess he does
Yeah.
beat a lot of missed draws, but he
King
does
10,
have a
Queen 10,
spade.
that's about
Yeah,
it. He blocks
and
down.
Queen 10 as well. Queen 10 as well, yeah. But he does go with the fairly with the default play, let's say, in that spot, just fold. Lucas under the gun with the Queen 7-0, isn't going to do anything. Lucas been dealt a lot of trash hands, so he hasn't really been able to go after it too much. Ruslan is raising the Ace-9, and he's run into Ace-King behind.
Does Nedelko consider flat? No.
No, he has gone for the raise. And that should be the end of the hand. Unless... yeah, should be the end of the hand.
It's hard to know how much these guys have played together. I imagine a decent amount. I think when they were both on the other table together when we had the other feature, so
yeah,
maybe not. I'm not sure.
Ruslan is giving some consideration to something here. Sometimes when a guy loses a pot, has to fold the river and then opens the next hand and he gets 3-bet, there can be a bit of frustration lingering from the previous hand that causes him to go a bit wider than normal.
He's just trying to figure out how good of a 4-bet bluff candidate is this relative to his other ones.
And he lets it go. And I actually like that show by Ruslan because it induced the show from Nedelko.
Yeah. Bit sharky.
Yeah, if you think you have a skill edge over your opponents, it's a good trick sometimes to show quite a lot of hands, because it tends to induce other people to show them. And if everybody is showing, you'll benefit more from that information than they will. Luke does have a hand he could open now.
Yeah, I think we might see him bump it up.
He obviously took a knock there with the King 7, but he still has a commanding chip stack which he can wield. Ruslan lets the Ace-5 go. It's a bit too early. Earlier in the tournament, Delco was flatting suited, vaguely connected type hands, but this time he's going to let it go against the aggressive opener. Oh, what's this? 12 big blinds
versus one of the looser players also.
Yeah, this feels very, very close. This feels like it probably is a shove, but it's kind of mucky. I mean, he's actually in amazing shape, but this is one of the... Luke has one of the only two hands that he's in amazing shape against. Pocket threes and pocket deuces. But as one of the shorter stacks, 5-6 handed, whatever it is, you're putting in 2.5 big blinds an orbit. I think with 12 big blinds, you just kind of have to suck it up and go with this now.
You see his eyes look around the table there. It's quite important to see the exact stack distribution and see if Luke is in a commanding enough position to open very wide, or if there's many other shorter stacks also. All of these other stacks will factor the hands to some extent.
Yeah. No, he's let it go.
He's let it go. Oh,
yeah,
totally understandable.
And he would have run into it. So he saved himself, I guess.
Yeah. He really
What does
has.
Lucas do with, yeah, what does Lucas do with the 9s now?
We did see him make a big jam earlier. I think now the ICM considerations are just so different that.
Yeah, I don't think he can
flat,
jam
but
here.
let's see.
Yeah, I don't think he can jam anymore because of the ICM, because he's one of the comfortable stacks who isn't super short. So it's just a disaster for him to bust now. So I think the flat is the play here. Obviously, your hand is too strong to fold, but you're going to flat. You're going to check call. You're going to call 1 on a lot of boards, including this one, I think. By just flatting as well, he kept the pot small, so he can check call us for a smaller amount. Yeah, go on, sir.
Yeah, and you even see some of this 9s flat in the big blind versus like later positions, like in some extreme circumstances where you're the middle stack and the chip leader opens
100%,
the button.
Yeah. You end up having to flat some really strong hands in those spots because it's just such a disaster too. So it's like you have the foot on the brake right from the start, where you're trying to keep the pot as small as possible, and you're trying to get to showdown as cheaply as possible. Does he fire again?
If it goes check, check.
Yeah.
If it goes check, check, I'd like to see Lucas go for a little small bet, kind of set the price, get some value against some worse stuff. But I know the default is to people like to just check these spots.
They do like to just check them, but I think
easier.
you're right. I think you're supposed to just bet small here, even with ICM. Yeah, because you lose value against these hands.
Yeah,
but,
and it adds up. All missing little bits of value here and there.
Yeah,
it adds up.
Yeah, people often focus on the big pots they lose and the flips or whatever, but there's often lots and lots of spots in a tournament where you could have got more value, and as Sven said, that adds up over the tournament.
I win. If you go all in, I reshuffle it. Yeah, I win.
And it's hard for some players to improve then because they could be making mistakes all tournament, and it's been going well for them. And then they might play their bust-out hand perfectly fine, but they think it's their bust-out hand that they've played wrong, when really it was the other hands.
Yeah. In my experience, people focus way too much on the bust-out hand, and it's kind of like, well, could I have got away? Could I have won the hand if I'd moved all in earlier, etc., etc. Meanwhile, we have a big hand here, and we're down to 10. Look at that. We're actually on the final table bubble now. So one more player goes, and we will have the final table formed. What's Lucas going to do with the small blind? You can go a couple of ways with this hand. What's he counting out here? He's counting out raising chips. Again, these are two medium stacks, so they have very high ICM against each other, so I think he's supposed to just fold because of that. Whereas if he covered fairly comfortably, he could call. Luke might apply pressure now with the ace-jack because he does comfortably cover. There's a couple of ways to apply pressure. You can apply pressure by 3-betting pre-flop, but you can also apply pressure post-flop.
Yeah, and ace-jack, one of those hands where if you're 3-betting, you're never really going to fold out better.
Yeah.
It's going to fold out all of the worst hands.
Yeah, exactly. And if you get 4-bet and have to fold, that's very sad too.
Similar to king-queen in that way.
Yeah. Now, will he try something here? Because the paired board, as we've said before, it's hard to hit. Luke has 2 overs, backdoors. He's going to continue here. And he does have showdown as well, obviously. Sometimes Ruslan has king-queen type hands here.
So, I'm thinking like, maybe check, and then if the aces value bet the river, Luke turning his hand into a bluff.
That's a sexy line. That is That would be a very nice way for this hand to play out.
He does check the river. See the aces go for some value here. They kind of have to, right?
Yeah, no,
Wow.
he's done a. I don't want to get check raised to check. And Luke is laughing. Maybe he was actually thinking of launching there.
I don't call you.
River?
No, I don't.
You call?
No.
He
says,
says
"I
he's
don't
just
call
going to
you."
fold, I think.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to the outer
Who
table.
knows?
Maybe we've been all in on the outer table, do we? Yep, we do. This could be it, guys.
Oh, Besnick's still in with 5 million, by the way, guys.
Oh,
And he's
look
got
at
the
this.
ace queen against the fours.
Classic flip. I think I see a queen there.
And I believe somebody told him that they folded a 4.
Oh, he's in particularly bad shape then. And yep, we lose Rene Crea in 10th place. He wins €12,000 and a WSOP ticket. We have our final table. Been a very interesting day's play. Been a pleasure to commentate with Sven. I highly recommend you watch Sven on Twitch, one of the great Twitchers. Sven, what did you make of
Appreciate
today's
that.
play?
Really nice. Another great day of action for myself. Was impressed with the play yesterday, but today even more so. I already can't wait for tomorrow. As we see Templar here, probably going to send it in. He does.
Oh yeah,
We're
there's
going to see some drama, a twist in the tail.
Okay.
Eight.
Luke?
Almost.
Templar has shoved for 12 bigs
7-10.
from the cutoff.
How much? 710.
I'm not calling off with A6 here if I'm honest, but maybe Luke has different ideas.
Yeah, I think he's just going to fold after he assesses the situation.
Yeah.
Close though.
It is
If he had
close,
a hand
yeah.
like ace-8 off, ace-9 off, maybe he's getting it in.
Yeah. Actually, we may
Yeah.
still have 10 players left. That player elimination may have been the guy who went out in 11. Because the screen is still saying 10 players left. And the 9-8's not calling here unless he gets really, really random.
I have nice gambling cards.
Nice gambling cards, he
No.
says, but he's
10-9?
folding the 9.
9-8.
9-8. Yeah?
Okay, sorry, I guess we jumped
Why-
the gun there.
why
I
you
thought we
didn't
were done because I saw that we were down to 10 and then we saw a player eliminated, but I think that player eliminated was actually the guy who went out in 11. So play will go on for a while.
How bad?
I'll take the plug anytime anyway.
If I have 9-8 off, so
Stevie K84 in the chat. What's
But
up,
it
mate?
was
Absolute
so-
legend in the Twitch
Yeah,
chat.
yeah. Nice to see.
And Dark Angel's back in the chat as well. Welcome back, Dark Angel. Templar's got King Queen. Ooh. Don't think this is a shove because of ICM. So I think it's probably a raise fold.
Only.
But he has shoved. He'll get the ace-5 to fold. That's one of the benefits of the shove. You get better hands to fold, but he's not getting jacks to fold.
Oh, wow.
This is a big spot now. This could be it. Luke is definitely not folding.
He's been dealt some amazing spots. Luke Tongta, the German.
Okay, well, Templar's in as good shape as you can be when you shove King Queen under the gun and get called. It is a flip. But he's going to need to hit, or we will be down to 9 and the final table. So both players are understandably tense as they wait for this big moment for Luke too. It's the difference between 3.5 million and 5. So far so good for the jacks. Still needs a king or a queen.
Got the backdoor hearts.
He has backdoor hearts, and even if the jack came, he wouldn't be dead. But now he's down to the king or the queen. But they're all still out there. All 6 kings and queens. Can he find one of them? Nope.
No.
We lose Templar.
Wow.
So Templar does bust in 10. He gets the same as 11, 12,000. Misses out on the final table tomorrow. He also wins the WSOP ticket. Players are celebrating, obviously. It's always a great feeling of relief when you make the final table. You get to swan off and be a final tableist for at least 12 hours or however long before they come back. So we did our sum up already, but just to repeat, it has been a great day's play. We've seen very high quality in general. This was my first day commentating, so I came in quite cold, but Sven confirmed that this was a step up from previous days.
Yeah, it's just been an absolute treat. I mean, I love commentating, but I especially love commentating with the likes of Darrow, Kearney and Elke, who we had in the booth earlier. So a real treat for myself. Shout out to everyone watching out there. And I hope I'll see you tomorrow. Tuning in.
Thanks a lot, Sven. It was a real pleasure to commentate with you, and also with Elke, who dropped in for a couple of hours, which was very nice of him. And Elke is actually in Rozvadov, and was eliminated early in this tournament. So back tomorrow. I won't be here tomorrow, but you're here tomorrow, Sven?
Not entirely sure, but in fact I am. 100% I'll be back tomorrow.
Great. So you'll hear from Sven tomorrow, guys, and thank you, Dark Angel, and everybody in the chat.
Cheers, Dara. Good night, mate.
Cheers.
As we see the players bag up their chips. As Dara said, delighted to reach that FT. Another great day of action. I will love you and leave you. And I'll see you tomorrow. See you later, guys.